very anti-dating apps, but I guess I'm biased because of the nightmarish experience I had with Tinder. I've only met up with 3 people ever off Tinder. The first 2 experiences were nothing special. I wasn't excited about either of the girls, and there were no second dates. But compared to the third meetup, oh boy, in comparison, the first 2 went phenomenally. I matched this brunette girl named Annette. She had up 4 pictures, 3 of which she was posing alone in what looked like her backyard. The 4th one was in front of a pond. At the time, I didn't see it as a red flag that she was alone in all of her pictures. Honestly, why would I? But she was decently attractive, at least in my standards. So I talked to her, and it got to the point where she asked what I was doing that night. And when I said nothing, she asked if she could come over and hang out. Considering my bedroom in my parents' house is in the basement with a
Hi.
separate
I'm
entrance,
sorry,
it
my
would work
cat
out
is
rather
attacking my
nicely.
microphone, so
We set a
I'm
time for her
trying
to
my
come over.
best.
When the time came, she texted me literally right on the dot that she was
Ow, ow, ow,
outside.
ow.
Punctual, to say the least. I let her in the side basement door entrance, and we walked downstairs. I tried to make the greeting not awkward, but right off the bat,
You might be able to
first
hear her.
impression, she
She's
seemed
already
weird.
rubbing against it.
Her responses were short, her laugh was weird. When we sat down on my bed and I asked her how long the drive was, she laughed, like she didn't even answer my question. She just laughed like I told a joke. And as she laughed, she looked right at me, her eyes still open wide. It was uncomfortable, and I already knew I wasn't going to vibe with this girl. I wanted her out ASAP. I turned the TV on in the background for
Stop
filler,
it.
and I pretended to be
Come on.
laughing at the TV because of the constant awkward silences. And she never once batted an eye to look at the
Yeah,
TV.
literally, it's in
She
my
just
title.
watched me the whole time.
I'm trying to
I was able to wrap it
get
up
her
quickly
more.
by pretending I
She's
got a text about going
she's
into work
very
early the
happy.
next day, and I implied I needed to go to sleep.
Okay,
She
okay.
seemed like she didn't want to leave. It was extremely awkward. But I managed to get her to follow me out the basement door.
Are you really sucking
When
my
she was
thumb right
finally
now?
gone, I had to ask myself, what did I just put myself through? Not even 5 minutes after she left, she texted me, "Are you sure you have to go to bed? I was having fun." I read the text and sighed. I threw my phone on the bed to charge while I went to get food upstairs. When I
Hi.
got back, I had 3 more texts from her, 2 being question marks, the last one being hello with more question marks. This girl was clearly nuts, so I
You hear
left.
purring.
Done and done.
Yeah, that's because of her.
I went to bed an hour later.
She's
I awoke in the middle of the night,
very
like I
happy right
often
now.
do. I'm a light sleeper, it's really annoying. Waking up randomly isn't weird for me. I instinctively felt around for my phone to check what time it was. But my phone
Oh,
wasn't by its normal spot on the ledge charging, and I 100% remembered putting it there. So I got up
I
and started
swear to
looking
God,
around for my
Harvey.
phone. I turned on the bedside strip of red LED lights I had hung on the wall to light up the room just a bit. I couldn't find it though, and I'm kind of the person who will let that bother me until I find it.
Stop.
I went upstairs to grab the landline phone and bring it down so I could call my number.
Stop it.
When I dialed my number, I heard it ringing from inside the boiler/laundry room, which was connected to my room. I entered the boiler room, and there was my phone left on the washer machine, causing the entire machine to vibrate as it rang. I knew this was bizarre because I didn't do laundry that night.
She
I didn't even
is
remember
just.
going in there. I picked up my
Yes,
phone
you are
to see a
adorable.
bunch of new
No.
messages from some random
No.
number. I opened the texts to see 2 pictures, pictures of me sleeping.
Stop.
Above the pictures were 2 texts saying, "Nice, good job blocking me." The second one saying, "Lock your door next time." And I realized what an idiot I was, that I was so anxious to get her out of my room that I didn't even lock the door when she left. Then I can't say for certain, but I felt like I wasn't alone in the room.
So
Like I
next,
just
how
felt
are
another
you?
presence, and I had a feeling that she may have been hiding behind the cylinder boiler in the darkest corner of the room. But I didn't go
I'm gonna
look.
try my best
I
to
went
speak
upstairs to get my
loud, but
parents and
every
call
time
the
I
police.
speak loud, she
Given
kind
that
of
the girl was
knows
dumb
I'm
enough
not giving
or
her
crazy
attention, and
enough
she
to leave a
does
digital
this.
footprint,
Stop it.
tracking her and getting charges pressed on her was easy. Her name wasn't even Annette.
Yes,
Her
Harpy.
real name was
Yes.
Sylvana.
You're adorable.
The charges were a
Yes.
breaking and entering charge and a
Yes.
stalking and harassment charge. I, of course, got a restraining order, and I've never heard from that girl
Yay!
again.
Thank you for the contribution.
I've tried all the major dating apps, and I never really have much luck on them. My friend told me he was having luck on this app, Hot or Not,
Ow.
so I gave it a try.
That's my lip.
And right off the bat, I was getting a lot more likes, albeit from girls I didn't really find attractive at
She
all.
just had some wet
Still,
cat
on my
food,
first batch of free
so
swipes, I
she's
matched with
just
one
very,
cute
very
blonde
happy.
girl named Julia. I'll spare the details of our
Very,
conversation,
very
but we
playful. I
went
swear to God.
excitingly well.
I will
It
throw
was
you
one
on
of
the
those
bed
rare matches where the girl was
and,
attractive
and,
and very receptive
and
to my
put you in a
messages,
burrito blanket.
seeming like she was actually enjoying talking to me. We quickly moved
Go.
to Snapchat. I asked her for her
No.
number, but she said let's talk on
No.
Snapchat instead. I was fine with that. I added her on Snap and she added me
Go to
back.
sleep. I
My
need to
Snap score
draw.
was low, like under 1,000.
I'm
So
trying
right
to
away I was
do more
suspicious
of
and
the
upset that this may have been
Vtuber
too good to
and
be true like
VR
I thought.
chat to fix
She
the
messaged me,
avatar.
and I messaged back being
And do
blunt,
Foxy's
asking her to snap
avatar
a
as
selfie
well.
of herself just for my safety.
This one
I
is
told
not
her there's a lot of
helping
catfish
me.
profiles going around, so I can't be too careful. She opened the message right away, but didn't reply for a minute. I thought for sure the account was going to block me any second. But instead, to my surprise, I got a notification that I got a snap from Julia. I opened the snap, and it was the same blonde-haired girl from the pictures. Still, I wasn't convinced. So I asked her to give me a thumbs up or a peace sign. She opened the chat. I was waiting to see if she'd block me this time. She didn't respond for a couple minutes, until finally, she sent another snap. I opened it, and it was half her face smiling, holding up a peace sign. That was enough for me. I snapped her back, and then we messaged for a little while.
Alright, can
We
I
eventually
fix...
made plans to hang out.
Yeah,
She
thank you.
invited me over to her house,
I
which was
just
across
let go
town,
for
not
like
too far
1
away.
second.
She
Just
said
one
she was
second.
home alone and that it wouldn't be a problem. She gave me an exact address. I noticed she had her Snap Map on, so I did a little check to make sure her address matched
I
her Snap
can't
location,
open
and it
my
seemed to check out.
freaking
I told her I'd
stuff
be
on my
over in a few.
computer.
I changed into decent
Hey,
clothes, sprayed on some cologne,
can
combed my
I
hair, and got in my
just
car to head over. I remember thinking I
just
may
let
have
me...
overdid it with the cologne.
Okay,
She snapped me
okay,
while she
okay,
was
okay.
driving, asking if I was on the way. I told her yes. She read it immediately but didn't respond. I got to the house. It had the number 22 written clear as
Ow,
day
ow,
next to
ow,
the
ow,
door.
ow, ow.
I messaged her that I'm here. She didn't open the snap though, so I decided to just go ring the bell. There were
Okay,
no cars in the
she's gone
driveway,
for now.
and the grass seemed like it
She,
hadn't
oh
been cut in a
god,
few weeks.
freaking
I
nightmare.
rang the bell, but she didn't answer. So I started knocking really loud. When she still didn't answer, I went back to Snap and tried calling her using that. It just kept ringing though, she didn't answer. Was I just pranked? I suddenly heard a woman's voice yelling something at me across the street. For some reason, I imagined it to be Julia at first, till I realized it was an older woman yelling, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" I began walking back to the street and called back, "I'm meeting someone." She said back to me at a lower volume now that we were closer that I have the wrong house, nobody lives there. I asked the address of the house, and the address she told me matched the address this Julia girl gave me. I thanked her and got in my car. I went to try to message Julia one more time, but she blocked me. I felt like I was played for a fool. They unmatched me on Hot or Not, too. Luckily, I took screenshots of the profile before that, because I sent some to one of my friends before driving to the house. When I got home, I sent screenshots to my friend group chat with like 8 other people, asking if anyone knew her. One guy, my friend Darren, said that's Lisa, a girl who overdosed on heroin 2 years back. When he said that, another friend in the group chat confirmed he was right. I got goosebumps because the snaps I got were from a girl who matched that Lisa girl completely. I told my friends, and they thought either I was crazy or the situation was crazy. I'm without a doubt certain the girl in those snaps was Lisa. How this
Oh.
happened, I have no earthly idea. Better question, why was I led to that house? I can't even try to imagine.
To be robbed, most likely.
In high school, I was in a big graduating class. So
Oh,
for
this
that
cat
reason,
is
I didn't
just
get to know a
too
lot of my
full of
classmates
energy
on a
tonight.
personal level. Using dating apps in college, though, I was able to match and kind of connect with a lot of the girls I'd never really spoken to back in high school. I was using my app of choice when I matched this girl, Maria. She was in my grade in high school. I followed her on Instagram and Snap already, but I never really got to know her in high school. I sent her the first message and asked her how she'd been. I talked to her about high school a lot and how it was funny that we never really spoke or had any classes together. She said we should hang out that night. I asked if she'd want to meet somewhere for drinks or food, but she said she's down to just come hang at my place if that's cool. Honestly, I like that idea even better. I told her sure. She asked if my parents were home. I told her no, only my sister. Then I gave her my address. She said she'd let me know when she's on her way. Then it was just a waiting game. I waited and waited for the notification saying Maria sent you a new message. In fact, it was going on past an hour. I sent a follow-up message on Tinder, but she didn't reply. A A few minutes later, I checked her Instagram page and saw she posted a story a few minutes ago. It was a meme. Was she ignoring me now? I checked her Snap story, which was posted within half an hour, and she was apparently with her friend, another girl from our high school. I didn't understand. Was she coming or not? I commented on her story. Are you still coming later? She opened it a few minutes later and replied saying, "What are you talking about?" I repeated the question, then added a reference to the conversation on the app. She replied, "I don't have that app. Send me the profile." So I did, and she told me right away it was a
My
catfish and to
points
report
go
her.
on
I
and
did so, and I
go
think Tinder
up.
automatically
What?
unmatched the
My
profile after
points
that.
go
But I
and
wasn't
go.
concerned about someone using this girl's pictures. I was
Well, it's
concerned
gonna be
someone had
worth
my
it, okay? I'm
address
gonna be
and knew
dressed
my
like a little
parents weren't
cute
home.
little bunny.
I made sure every door was locked. I truly was expecting something to happen that night, but it was getting pretty late, and I was starting to feel a little more relaxed. When my guard was down, that's when it happened. A horrific scream from my little sister's room. I jumped off the couch to go run to her room. She opened the door just as I made it to the room, and we met at the doorway. She had this horrified look on her face, like she just saw a demon. She screamed that there's someone outside her window. I couldn't believe it. She ran upstairs while I went to her window to confirm it. There was no one out there now, but I knew it wasn't a coincidence. I tried to call my parents, but I couldn't get a hold of either of them. My sister slept in my room with me that night because she was scared. I only went to bed after waiting downstairs for an hour, listening for anything possible. When I was finally in bed,
Hi,
that was
Mew.
when I heard a noise. My
Hi,
sister
Mew
heard it
Mew.
too, because we both sat up at the exact same time. Our parents weren't supposed to be back that night. I went to lock the bedroom door and then got 911 on the phone. I whispered into the phone that I was certain we were currently the victims of a break in. I told my sister to be quiet when she started making crying noises. Footsteps approached the door. Then someone tried twisting the doorknob.
You know what? I just
I
forgot that I
started
do
banging
have
on the
my
door,
backup accounts,
and in
and
a
I can
deep, angry
donate.
sounding voice,
Ah,
a man said, "I know you're in there. I can
hold on.
smell you." The 911 operator heard me,
That's
and she told
disturbing.
me to hide in the closet with my sister. I waved my sister over to the closet, and she came. We sat in there quietly the best we could, but he kept
There
screaming and
it
banging on the
is.
door. My sister cracked. She cried out, "The police are coming. Leave us alone." The banging stopped, and we heard the man laugh. Then there was silence. Next thing we knew, the police were outside, and the operator told me to quickly get to the front door if the coast was clear to let the police in. The police then did a thorough investigation of the house, which was clear. The
Holy
man screamed
crap!
an
I didn't
exit code
realize I
to
have
my
so much
parents'
freaking.
bedroom window, which he climbed through off the backyard awning.
Holy shit!
My little sister screaming about the
I
police was
have
too
a
scared to talk.
bunch of points over at
The
my
police
the bot
recommended we
account.
sleep somewhere else, so we went to my friend Joe's house. Ever since then, I always verify whoever I'm talking to is real,
Ah. Oh no, thank you.
What's up?
No, thank you, Mark. That yeah, that's nope. No, thank you. I will say thank you for the follow, but no, I don't. I don't. That's just bot. No, no, thank you. I rather win my followers the right way.
I was looking for a car to buy for my son for his 18th birthday. I was searching all
That
the
was
typical
so
car
fucking
websites,
loud. It
Cars.com,
scared
eBay
me.
Motors. I was all over
Oh,
the
I was
place
so
but didn't find
excited.
one.
Yay, a new follower.
Craigslist was
No,
the
it's the
only place
freaking
to find an actual deal.
scam artist.
About a week into my
Damn.
search, I found an '03 Toyota Camry. It had 67,000 miles, no accidents, no damage, and good condition for only $3,500. This seemed
The
like a steal for
pain,
such a reliable car
Nixie.
with
That makes
such
me
low
sad.
mileage. The seller lived about 10 miles
So
from me,
sad.
which was a reasonable drive when looking for a car. I gave him a call to set up a time
I
to
get
test my
freaking
car. The man sounded normal
oh,
on the
go to
phone.
this porn
He assured
site,
me there
this
was
and that on
absolutely no
YouTube,
problems
and
with
I
the
have to
car.
freaking
He
report and
introduced
block
himself as Bob.
those, and now I
He
get
brought
these
along
people over here like,
3,500 in
no.
cash, even though I planned on wiggling down the price as much as possible. I pulled up the dirt road to Bob's property about 15 minutes early. It was a tiny little
If
house on a decent sized property.
Nix, can you keep an eye
Because
out
it
in
was a bit
case I
far from
do
the
have to go
nearest
to the bathroom
neighbors.
eventually,
The garage was
and
open, so I
I get
looked over to see if anyone was inside.
spammed, followed
Except
again?
for an unusual amount of
Just
car
put
parts,
shield
it was
on,
empty.
okay?
The car was
They
nowhere in
will
sight.
have
The
to
only
be
car in the property was
verified
an
no
old
matter
pickup
what.
truck. I I went over to the front door to check the house numbers. It was the right address. The doorbell button was missing, so I knocked on the front door. I knocked every once in a while for exactly 5 minutes before deciding to give the man a call. So I dialed his number, and I heard the sound of his phone ringing from inside the house. I was extremely confused at this point. Now I
It's
knew I
okay.
had the right house.
It's okay,
I
Mew
couldn't
Mew. She's
understand
just
why, if he
playing.
was home,
She's
why
just
he wasn't
playing,
answering.
baby.
I decided I had to take a peek through one of the windows to see if anyone was inside.
And I don't have a
Peering
cookie,
through the
but I do
glass,
have
I couldn't
cashews.
really see much as it was pretty dark inside the house.
Yes,
I
fudge
just
off
saw a
skip
very
favors.
old-fashioned dining room set.
I know everyone has
And
to do
across
their
from me,
job, but oh
I
my
saw
god.
somebody
I'm here
standing
trying
at
to
the
give
back
out
door of
a
the house,
proper
staring
jobs, though.
outside. I figured that must have been Bob, so I
Rawr.
knocked on the window, but he didn't even move. There was no gate or anything to the backyard.
Well, I got
It
some
was just a wide
cashews.
open yard since
I'll
this
eat
wasn't a
these.
rural area. I simply walked around the house to the backyard. I didn't understand how he couldn't hear me. When I got to the back door, I made a shocking realization. The figure standing by the door was a taxidermied human being.
What?
I ran straight back the way I came and back to my car. I looked up one last time before driving off. The blinds to the window I had peeked into had been shut, but I could see two of the blinds creased open. Somebody was at that window, watching me. You could probably guess I had the gas pedal to the floor the whole way home. The whole situation still makes no sense. All the car
It
parts,
does
the fact
not.
that there was no Toyota Camry, the taxidermied human being. Given that there was no car there, leads me to believe that whoever that man was wasn't planning on selling me anything. And that also leads me to the disturbing thought that I was very close to becoming a lifeless statue staring out that man's back door.
Oh man, if those statues can talk, right? Whew.
This happened when I was really little and often left alone with my single mom. She always came to check
This
on me
cat is
every night
broken
she would get
beyond
up to go to the
compare.
bathroom. This
I
one night in particular, I remember waking up thinking I heard something in my closet. I looked up, and my mom was at the foot of my bed giving me a playful wave. She told me to go back to sleep. She then went into my closet and pulled the door until it was just barely open, and she just stood in there, poking her head through the crack of the barely open closet. I remember vividly seeing her eye peeking through the crack at me. I laughed like any little kid would do in that situation, and then fell asleep moments later. When I was eating cereal the next morning, I asked my mom why she was hiding in my closet last night, and she just stopped and gave me a puzzled and concerned look. She told me she hadn't been in the room all night. At first, she assumed somebody had broken into the house, but she soon realized it was some kind of hallucination or dream. Since this experience, I've only had two other hallucinations, neither of them as vivid or as creepy as this one. In the year 2009, I was spending a weekend with
oh,
my uncle on his ranch
I
when
just
my
remember I
parents were
forgot to
renovating
check
the new house we had just bought.
the bot
It was my
remover.
second night there, a
Shit.
Saturday, and it happened to be during one of the biggest thunderstorms of the year. I'd say there were at least 3 crashes of thunder and lightning per minute.
Back away, babe.
And we were in the heart
Back
of the
away.
storm because the thunder would crash
Nope.
not even a second after the
Back away.
lightning would.
Thank you.
I always enjoyed
Thank
listening
you.
to
You're
storms
so
while laying
sweet.
in bed. So
And
I
you're
stayed
welcome,
up
babe.
a little later watching TV, just enjoying the ambiance. After the movie I was watching finally ended, I turned off the TV and tried to fall asleep. As I heard the lightning strike from outside, I could have sworn I heard some kind of metallic thud coming from outside at the same time. I didn't pay it too much mind. 20 seconds later, I could have sworn I heard it again. A very distinct metallic thud coming from outside to match the timing of the lightning. I really don't mean to make this sound like a cliche horror story, but my uncle really is a kind of creepy guy, and I was never close with him, even remotely. So for that reason, I didn't feel right going to wake him up. I just tried to forget about it. Now I was getting concerned. What the hell could that be? After the third time, I finally got out of bed and walked over to the window of the guest bedroom. The water pouring down on the window made it extra hard hard to see what was out there in the dark fields. A flash of lightning momentarily lit up the property, but I couldn't see anything. However, once again, the sound of a metal hit accompanied it. The sound was so close now, it sounded like it was coming from the left of the window at a blind spot. I was going to do something I knew my uncle wouldn't be happy about. It would be a bit messy, but I was going to open the window and peer outside to see if I could see what the sound was. I unhooked the window lock and
I'm
slammed
gonna
it,
lose
and
a
immediately
couple
the wind of the
follows here
storm blew
because I
drops
gotta
of rain into the room
do
and onto
this.
me. I stuck my head out the window and looked to the left, and at that very moment, lightning lit up the property once again, and I could see a person dressed in all black crouched down by the outside basement door with his hand raised in the air. And before the sky went dark, I caught the briefest glimpse of what the sound was
You
coming from. The person was bashing at the basement door lock. I pulled my head in and quietly shut the window, making sure to lock it. I was in a panic. I feared he might have seen or heard me. I ran back to bed and pretended to be asleep, facing away from the window. Lightning crashed once again, but this time there was no metallic thud. My heart must have dropped as I realized this.
Okay.
I just stayed put in bed for the longest time, hoping whoever was out there would go away.
Alright.
After maybe
And for
3
the
more lightning
sad
crashes without
thing
any thuds
now.
accompanying them, I thought it would be safe to go to sleep tonight. I turned to face the window and screamed. There was a figure, clear as day, standing at the window, looking in at me. I screamed as loud
I'll
as
need
I
to
could and
see.
ran straight to my uncle's
Yeah,
room.
there it is.
He went outside with his hunting rifle, with nothing on but his pajamas, not even socks. He ran around the entire property yelling like a
From
madman, but didn't
4:30
find anyone.
something back down
The next morning,
to
we were able to better see the marks on
4:14.
the
Yep,
basement door
that
lock.
is the
It was
correct
almost
amount.
bashed open. Maybe 3 or 4 more good
Sucks,
hits would have
but
done it, according to my
that's the
uncle.
correct amount of my
He was
followers.
proud of me for picking
Doesn't
up
really
on it.
suck. It just
Luckily, I
sucks.
was out of there that
The
same
part
day.
that sucks is just being
My
spam
uncle
followed.
hasn't told us
That's
of
what
any
sucks.
incidents since, so I think he's been
Hey,
okay.
Shady.
Not that we talk to him much at
How
all.
you doing?
I'm grateful I stayed up a little later that night watching that movie, because I may have just stopped the robbery, or possibly much worse.
I'm just vibing until my cat actually goes to sleep or something. That way I can actually do my work. Get just tired.
I don't care if anyone
Oh,
judges me,
I
but I
feel that.
like to go to the movie theaters alone.
How was
My
your
work
day?
schedule's all over the
What did
place.
you
I
do all
also
day?
don't work weeknights.
Breathe.
So on a stormy Wednesday night, a night not many other people would be thinking to go drive to a movie theater, I did just that. I always like avoiding crowds in
Alright.
anything I do. That's just how I am. It was 2017. I went to see some low-key movie that probably wasn't at the top of most people's must-see movie lists. I was the only one in the theater, just like I expected.
Cool.
I sat myself right in the center seat of one of the higher
Well,
up rows and put my
at
feet up on
least
the
at
seat
least
in
you got
front of
some
me.
sort
About
of
20 minutes into the movie, I'd say,
entertainment.
I noticed someone a few rows
What's
down.
the school
I didn't notice them coming in.
vibes?
The
What
theater
what
was
you learn in
dark because
school
the
today?
scene in the movie at the time was
Tell Daddy
dark and
all
grim.
about your day.
They weren't sitting in a
What
seat
did you
like a normal
learn?
person, though. All I saw of them was the top half of their head, peering over one of the seats to be looking in a direction that definitely was not the screen. It was still too dark to be able to tell if they were looking directly at me or not, but when the scene changed to a brighter background, the whole theater got brighter,
No, it's math, and I
bright
had an
enough to see
exam
they
number
were
4.
looking
Oh,
basically at me. But
I
the
bet you
faces
aced
were
it
so
though.
pale and lifeless looking, and their hair messy and wiry looking. I couldn't even tell if it was a
I
man or a
believe
woman.
in you.
I'm an introvert, or just an awkward person, so I didn't really want to ask if there was something wrong. I viewed that as confrontation.
Yes, that's
The scene went
71%
darker
is still
again,
pretty good.
and at the same time, the person
So,
lowered down behind the chair completely
yeah,
until I couldn't see them anymore. They were completely hidden from my view. I couldn't
might be
concentrate on the
a
movie in
B
that moment.
minus or whatever,
It was
but it's
actually
still pretty
very
good.
uncomfortable. Actually
Better than
quite
I ever had.
terrifying. I didn't get up, though. I stayed put in my seat. Many scenes in the movie passed. I almost forgot about what happened. Almost. Just when I was getting back into the movie, the person's head appeared from behind a
That's
seat
a weird
again,
curve.
this time much closer, only like 3 rows of seats away from me.
That's a
I
really
actually
weird
let out a
curve.
holy shit and a loud yell because it genuinely made me jump. Now I was able to see more
Still,
detail or features in their face.
hey, still
They
top
actually
3.
looked
Not bad.
lifeless, their eyes motionless, hung open. But still, I somehow couldn't tell if they
Alright,
were
is
looking
she
directly at
laying
me or not.
down?
Now I could better see it was a
No,
man
she's
with
not. She's
long,
just
unkept
eating
hair.
again. God, fuck.
I noped the F out of my seat and down
I
the road to
just
the
want
exit.
to
I had to pass
draw.
the row in which the person was in to get to the exit door. As I passed the row, I looked down it, and while I expected to see the rest of the person's body sitting hunched behind the seats, instead, what I saw was something you would see in a nightmare. There was some guy basically laying on the floor, holding up a severed head perched on a stick. I didn't stick around to see if it was some sick joke or if the head was real or not. I ran for it through the exit door, and I ran out of the back exit of the building to the parking lot. I drove home in a panic, heart racing. That head looked so real. I got home and did some research about possible recent murders or missing people in the area, and I found something. After browsing a list of missing people in the area, I found the picture of a 17-year-old boy named Donald Watkins who had gone missing a month prior. And based on the picture I found, his face could have matched the head I saw in that theater. Of course, that could be my brain trying to connect any similarities. But the hair, the nose, the eyes, they looked like they could actually be a match. The next day, I simply made a call to the theater and told them the story and suggested they check their cameras and see if anything strange came up. I gave them my
Why
number to
didn't you
reach
do
me
it
if
on
they
the
needed to,
night
but I
that
never heard from
happened?
them
Like,
and chose to not spend any more of my
what?
time on it.
Alright, guys, it's time for you guys to hydrate. Go ahead, get your drinks.
A
Drink.
long time ago, I very briefly lived with my good friend Ben on a quiet street in Northville, Michigan, perhaps notable for being close to Detroit. It wasn't the nicest house, or block, or area for that matter, but the price was unbeatable for two broke young men like ourselves. Ben and I went way back to when we were like 9 years old, and at the time of this story, we worked the same job, and rooming together with him seemed like a great idea. On our first day there, we quickly figured out that the creepy looking house across the street with the overgrown grass and bushes was abandoned, as were a lot of the houses around the area. In fact, something we somehow hadn't noticed before, there was even graffiti next to one of the front windows and on the fence. Our neighbors on one side seemed like creeps, and we didn't even want to approach them. The neighbor on the other side was an older dude, a very interesting, hippie-ish kind of guy. His name was Marv. He had long gray hair with a matching long gray beard. He seemed friendly at first, I guess, but also very weird and hard to talk to. We spoke with him on our second day there after work. He told us the place had been abandoned for as long as he could remember. That night, with the sun almost set, while we were sitting on the front stoop smoking, I looked to the house across the street and felt a little tingle in my stomach out of shock.
Oh, and
I
guys, if you
stood up,
got,
flung my cigarette onto the floor and crushed it. Ben looked at me
if you
confused,
guys,
and I
I
pointed to
found
the
a
window
way.
across the street.
Okay. I found a
I
way
was
that
pointing
you
at
guys
his
can
face,
trick
which
the
I saw
ads.
staring at me through the
Cool,
lone
cool.
upstairs window of the
So,
house.
anytime the ads
You see
hit
that?
here,
There's someone at that
you
window.
can actually watch
Ben looked
whatever
at the window
happens through
immediately,
the
and I
ad
saw the
on my
person move their
YouTube.
head
Because
away
on
before he
YouTube,
could
I
see
have
it.
no ads.
It's weird. I
You,
explained to Ben
that's
that
like
I didn't even know if it was a male
mind
or
blown.
female, old or
You can
young.
actually support me
The
on
glass was
both
just too
platforms at the
foggy.
same time
All I knew
and not
was that
lose
I
any
saw the
content.
eyes, and they were staring at us.
Smart.
Ben told me I was legitimately creeping him out. He believed me. We ran over to Marv's house to tell him, but strangely, he didn't answer his door, even though we saw him watching TV in his tiny, messy living room through the window. The fact that the
Stalkers.
guy wouldn't answer creeped us out even more. Dude, what the fuck is going on with this place? Ben laughed, but the situation couldn't stay comical for long. Ben owned a katana. He brought it to mention and suggested we go across the street with it, break into the house from the backyard, and see what was going on. We were always adventurous, daring troublemakers as kids, so this was our natural response to the situation. When it got dark, we went across the street to the backyard, broke off the board holding the back door shut, and entered the house. We both had heavy duty flashlights with us to light up basically any room we were in. The house was dusty, decrepit, but surprisingly seemed to remain untouched from the inside. No graffiti or
Oh, and
signs of
here, I
vandalism anywhere.
forgot.
Still, the place
I
was
don't think I have
disturbingly
my
creepy,
YouTube
and we
linked
immediately joked
down
that we should
below
get
because
the
I'm not
fuck out
really
of
much of
there.
a YouTube
But
person.
we pressed
But
on.
since I'm
The
streaming on
first floor
YouTube,
was pathetically small, like our own. A kitchen, a tiny living room, and a
this
dining
is,
room.
I believe, my
There was no
channel.
basement and one closet.
uh,
The first floor was
or the
clear.
video that I'm doing right now?
We both agreed to
I don't
check
know,
the
but I think
upstairs.
that's it.
We
Okay.
tiptoed over to the stairs, and Ben, out of nowhere,
No
screamed, "Is
judging.
anybody up there?" "Dude, why the fuck would you do that?" I said quietly. Then we both froze in fear when we heard rapid stomping suddenly appear from above us. It was someone heavy, and it sounded like they were running over to the stairway. I literally felt like my heart stopped. Ben, the one with the katana, was the first to flee, grabbing my arm and tugging me with him. We went out the way we entered and ran back to the house, where we saw Marv just standing by his window, watching us. We didn't know what to do. He just intently stared at us as we froze to catch our breath in front of the house. We went inside, decided not to call the police, and moved out literally the next day. We explained to the landlord that the location was just too inconvenient for us, and we needed to leave ASAP. We drove away from that house and never looked back.
I mean, I guess it could be a scary situation.
For my son's 12th birthday, my wife and I threw him a little party in the backyard. We invited the whole family, as we usually did for any of our kids' birthdays, and let him invite all of his friends too. We live in rural New Jersey, so our backyard connects to forest on two sides. We also have a pretty big property, which allowed us to space out a bunch of tables on the grass with food and refreshments. The little party went into the night. Most of our guests left, but closer family and some of our friends stayed late. It was probably 8 o'clock. The mosquitoes were out in full force, so I decided to run over to the shed at the far end of the backyard by the woods to fetch the tiki torches. I grabbed like 6 torches and set them on the grass while I went back in to look for fuel. However, while I was in the shed, I heard steps in the woods. I stopped what I was doing to take a look out there, but honestly, it was just too dark to see out into the woods. After finding the fuel, I went back to the part of the yard everyone else was at and pitched the torches into the ground. The 6 torches gave off a decent amount of
Okay.
light while keeping us safe from the blood-sucking
Okay.
pests. There were about 6 kids left, including my son, and they all wanted to play hide and seek in the woods. My wife and I allowed it, just making sure to tell them to stay close to the tree line. My son and his friends went to play their little game in the woods, which left the rest of us to sit in peace for a little bit. It was a solid 15 minutes of talking with relatives and hearing the kids laughing and yelling in the near distance out in the woods. But all of a sudden, the yelling turned to screams. Concerning sounding screams from the kids. All of us looked at each other, sitting up in concern. The kids one by one came running out of the woods, yelling that there's something in there. We don't have bears or any big predatory animals around here, so that was not the first thing we assumed it to be. I told all the kids to stay near the patio area. My brother Dom and I, being the biggest men there, decided to go investigate. We took a couple flashlights and off we went into the pitch black woods. The only sounds we heard around us were crickets and other night bugs. So we went deeper, and that's when we started to hear something else. It sounded like an animal at first, but as we followed the sound to get closer, the sound started to become more human-like. We continued to walk, and we agreed we both had the feeling that we were being watched.
That sounds
Like
like Bobo.
stalked. I put my arm out to stop Dom. Standing in the silence now, the best way I could describe the sound we were hearing was a moaning, angry kind of sound. It sounded human, but it was a bizarre sound. Then, a few cracks of the leaves on the ground ahead of us. We aimed our lights over there, and there was someone or something behind the tree. The moaning sound stopped. Dom stepped forward and called out. What happened next was textbook horror movie stuff. A scream, so loud, so blood-curdling, so inhuman, filled the air. I'm sure it could be heard for miles. Dom and I turned and booked it back to the property. We waved at everyone to
I'm
go
sure
inside
you
when we
did.
made it back. Dom got on the phone with the sheriff's department. They said it was probably a wild animal. We wanted to insist it was a human, but we honestly couldn't. We to this day don't know who or what we saw and heard in those woods, but it was definitely stalking us and the kids when they were playing hide and seek. And that scream we heard, it just didn't sound human to us.
flying by plane is a sensational experience. In my job, I have to make business trips all the time, and my company pays for all of them. My name is Ethan. I am 28 and enjoy these trips very much. I usually sleep very little and stare at the window of the plane the whole trip. Something about being in the sky and seeing the clouds, it just relaxes me and makes me happy. And the best thing is, I get paid for this. The problem is, it's not all roses. My love of flying is almost as immense as my hatred of airports. They are often confusing and crowded. The other passengers are always angry, and the employees treat you badly and are never interested in solving your problems. That's what I tell everyone. But actually, there's another reason I don't like to tell. A memory that I relive on the nights before I set foot in the airport, and it leaves me crying in bed like a child. I was only 8 years old, but I had already flown many times. At first, I was an obedient child and always stayed with my parents. But as time went by, I became more confident with the airport and started to get in trouble. That day, we were going to Italy to visit my grandparents, so I couldn't calm down because I was so excited about all the delicious food I was going to eat and the belated Christmas presents I was going to receive. The one who couldn't think about food was my mother, and she's a little ill because of the Mexican food that we had eaten before we came, so she kept going to the bathroom. I remember, at one point, when my mother ran off, we were in line to get our bags through. I was furious with my father since he hadn't lent me his cell phone because I spent too much time playing video games. I didn't want to be with him, so as soon as I found the opportunity, I took advantage of a distraction from my dad talking to the other passengers to carefully get out of line and go to the bathroom to look for my mom. Despite being distracted, my dad quickly realized I wasn't there and desperately started looking for me, but I was already too far away, so I went to the bathrooms. When we go to a restaurant, I can find the bathrooms myself, but after a few seconds, I realized that finding them at the airport was not so easy. Time passed, and I couldn't find them. I wanted to go back to my father, but I couldn't remember how to get back either. The airport was not that big, but from the perspective of an 8-year-old, it was immense. I tried to stay calm, but I couldn't. So with a few tears, I approached a couple and spoke to them. "Do you know where the bathrooms are?" "I'm sorry, kid. It's our first time traveling." After looking around and seeing me alone, the boy crouched and spoke to me more closely. "Hey, are you with your parents?"
Maybe he's lost. We should take him to a policeman.
Before I could respond, an elderly woman who was listening to the conversation came out of nowhere and joined us.
Don't get separated from your parents like that. You'll scare them to death.
The lady spoke to me as if she knew me and confused me. Then she looked at the couple.
I'm sorry. He's a very energetic boy.
She said, smiling, but looking at me a bit angry.
I'll take him to his parents.
After sharing a few smiles with the young men, the lady took me by the arm and started walking with me.
You shouldn't go away from your parents like that, young man. This place can be very dangerous.
I'm sorry. I got mad at my daddy because he didn't want to lend me his cell phone to play Fortnite. So I went to the bathroom to look for my mom.
Well, but you have to understand that they want the best for you. I'm sure you spend a lot of time playing video games.
At her answer, I just bowed my head and kept walking.
Come on, let's go to the bathroom to look for your mother.
After a few seconds of walking, the lady spoke to me again.
And tell me, boy, where are you going?
To my grandparents' house in Naples. My grandfather has a restaurant, and he always makes me very tasty food. And my grandmother has to give me the presents that Santa left me.
What a nice family you have, boy. I wish we had all been so lucky.
She said, smiling, although I could see a little bit of resentment in her words.
Anyway, are you doing well at school?
Miss, I think we went past the bathroom. We are going to the airport exit, I told her, confused. I may not remember where the bathrooms are, but I did recognize the entrance.
Stay calm, kid. Your mom went outside to wait for you. She just sent me a message. Now tell me, what is your favorite food?
But you never took out your cell phone. Besides, you don't know my mother. Hearing me, The old lady stopped smiling and grabbed my wrist tightly. For a grandmother, she had a lot of strength. At first, I thought she was a little chubby, but then I noticed that her body was very big because she was quite athletic. Miss, you are hurting me. Where are we going? The lady didn't answer me. She didn't even look at me. She just kept walking. Please, let me go. It hurts. I struggled and then shouted, Help! She is not letting me go to my parents. At my desperate screams, everyone turned to look at me. And in the distraction, I managed to get away from the woman and take my first steps alone. Suddenly, something pulled me back. I felt a sharp pain in my head, and that's when I realized.
Skinwalker stories to fall asleep to. Okay, let's go.
The story begins when I was a child. My father at the time was a big hunter and trapper in the woods nearby. He would set traps for small game out in the woods. I remember one evening my father coming in late from checking his traps. His hands and shirt were covered in blood. Thankfully the blood wasn't his, but of that of an animal that had been caught in his trap and something bigger eating it. I remember from that night on that the woods were off limits to us kids. This was quite awful, since my brothers and sisters often played in the woods nearby. I remember asking my father why we weren't allowed in the woods, and he always gave the same answer. It wasn't safe. Over the next couple of years, my father would stop hunting altogether. Hunting was something that my father and his family were quite passionate about. To see him no longer interested in his most favorite hobby was quite disturbing. Something happened in the woods that had spooked him entirely, and he wouldn't tell us what it was. I remember one Halloween, I was 15, that my brother and my friends decided to go out into those woods and stay the night in our treehouse that we'd built many years ago. Thankfully, our treehouse wasn't more than 10 minutes into the woods, but still, we were pretty terrified. Knowing that there was something out in the woods that spooked my father gave me the creeps. Before we entered the tree line, I already had the feeling of being watched, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be labeled the coward in our friend group. At this point, the sun had set, so it was dark out. We had our flashlights to guide us, but the woods were so thick that it seemed to swallow all the light that the lights gave off. The 10-minute walk into the woods felt like forever. Maybe it was further back than I remembered, or maybe we were just scared. Finally, we reached the treehouse. The treehouse seemed smaller than I remembered, and it looked quite weathered, but overall, it looked to be in decent condition. We climbed the ladder to our treehouse and went inside. While inside, my friends and I found all of our favorite toys that we'd left there years ago. We had a brief rush of nostalgia hitting us all at once. For a very brief moment, we felt like we were younger kids and completely forgot that we were in the middle of the woods at night. While we were exploring the treehouse and playing with our toys, we heard a scream coming from the woods. The scream sounded close. It was a type of scream you wouldn't typically associate with a human, especially out in the woods at this hour of night. All of us were silent. Out of fear of being spotted, all of us turned off our flashlights. We were now out in the middle of the woods at night, with no lights on, with something outside. At least we were remotely safe in the treehouse, or so we thought. The treehouse provided a false sense of security. Whatever it was out in the woods probably wasn't capable of climbing the ladder. After coming to this realization, my friends and I felt that we were safe enough to turn on our flashlights. After peering around in the woods for a few minutes and not seeing anything, we decided that we've had our fun and to turn in for the night. This would mean that we'd have to climb down from our safe spot in our treehouse, down into the woods. We were no longer wanting to stay in that treehouse, but no one was wanting to be the first one down into the woods. We picked my brother, who happened to be the smallest in the group, to be the first one down into the woods. We all promised to watch guard and make sure that nothing got him. I'm not entirely sure if my brother believed what we were saying, but he decided to go down anyways. As my brother descended into the woods below, I began to have that feeling again of being watched. That feeling of being watched was now accompanied with the smell of rotting flesh. I couldn't exactly see whatever it was, but I knew it was out there. Not wanting to scare my brother, I didn't say anything, and let him continue climbing down into the woods. Once at the bottom, my other friend decided to go down. When my friend was around halfway down, he stopped dead in his tracks and shined his flashlight off into the woods. All of us gathered around to see what he was looking at, but we couldn't see anything. Everyone was silent and intently looking for any type of movement. That's when we saw it. At first it looked like a deer, but all of its flesh had rotted off of its face. The deer's mouth was unusual. Instead of having dull teeth, it had sharp fangs. All of our stomachs dropped. It was as if we were looking at death itself. My brother, being on the ground, was not able to see what we were looking at. He had no idea that the creature was only a few meters away from him. Without hesitating, I told my brother to run and to get Dad. My brother took off into the dark woods, leaving his flashlight on. I looked back to see the creature again, but the creature was gone. I feared the worst and thought that it was going for my brother. My brother was rather slow, and him leaving his light on made him an easy target. We all screamed for him to run faster and to not stop or look back at all. But as we were screaming, we saw his flashlight stop moving. We were all terrified. Whatever that thing was, it probably had my brother. The time that this story took place was before cell phones, so calling for help was out of the question. We were sitting ducks in that treehouse. About 10 minutes later, that smell of rotting flesh came back again. We turned off our flashlights so that we wouldn't give away our position. I think the thing knew that we were out there, but didn't know that we were in a tree. We could hear the thing huffing and making grunting sounds beneath our treehouse. It was frustrated. I think it could smell us, but didn't have the common sense to look up. All of us were staring down into the dark woods, listening for any sounds. After 5 or 10 minutes of complete silence, one of my friends decided to turn on the flashlight, a move to this day I regret. When he turned the flashlight on, it illuminated the bottom of the woods, which revealed a horrifying sight. The gross and decrepit creature was next to the ladder, looking up at us. When it finally realized where we were, it let out this horrific screech, a sound that I can only describe as our certain death.
Oh,
The creature then
do
began to
enjoy
climb.
it. It sounds
The thing
really
was slow
interesting.
and deliberate, knowing well that we weren't able to go anywhere. It was as if it was playing with its food. When the creature was about halfway up the ladder, the sound of a gunshot pierced the night. We were all stunned. The shot had hit a good portion of the creature, and the creature climbed down the ladder. More shots rang out, and the creature ran off into the woods, but it didn't seem injured. We looked down to find my father shooting at the creature with my brother with him. My brother had made it back. We all climbed down the ladder and raced back to my house. My friends and I were expecting a huge lecture from my father, but surprisingly, he didn't say anything. I think he was just thankful that we were okay. My brother was a hero that night. He saved all of our lives. If it wasn't for him and his bravery, or should I say us forcing him to be the first one down, I'm pretty sure we'd have all died. That's the story of my brother saving our lives from that thing. When I was younger, about 16 or so, I had an encounter with something strange in the forest. I was young and naive, and I didn't give nature the proper level of respect and basically was cocky. Our cabin was on the lake. The whole area is forested for the most part. I was there on vacation with my cousin and grandparents. It was a nice and hot summer day, and we decided to play some airsoft. I took airsoft really seriously. I wore a full ghillie suit and even a camouflage mask. We had a battle which I took into the woods where I felt the most comfortable. We were about 150 meters into the woods when we stopped. Then I decided to tease my cousin. I shushed him and said, "We're being watched," jokingly. Unfortunately, it turned out not to be much of a joke, because I immediately then noticed that the woods were dead quiet, which only happens when a large predator is around. I was on edge very quickly. Next, the feeling of being watched hit hard, so I started scanning the surrounding forest. Then, I saw it. Its whitish teeth gave it away. What I saw was at the edge of a clearing about 40 meters from us. The thing was crouched down. It was holding onto a tree with its left hand. It was panting and watching us. The first thing that came into my mind was that it was a werewolf. I said to my cousin, "We have to go," and he bolted. I still had my eyes on it when my cousin started sprinting. The creature charged. It ran on two legs for about 10 feet or so, and then it dropped down on all fours. Then I turned and sprinted. I could hear it crashing through the woods behind me. Once back at the cabin, we discussed it. It was still unclear if my cousin saw what I saw. I told him that I thought it was a bear, to not freak him out. But I know bears, and that wasn't a bear. My father is Navajo. He was raised on the res in northern Arizona. My mother is white.
Why the
I
munching?
grew up in Southern California, but grew up going to the res every year or so. I eventually moved and worked there. I am not a skinwalker expert by any means, but I'll share what I know. The earliest experience I had was one of the first times I went solo on my trip out to our ranch on the reservation. I traveled with my cousin and a few friends. Our ranch is pretty much in the middle of nowhere, the nearest people being at the very closest are about 10 miles away, so you're pretty much on your own. Our first night out there, we arrived around 2 a.m., and there was no moon. It was pitch black. We had a hard time finding our hogan, a traditional Navajo house. We decided to just camp near a cattle corral, which we found. We set up our tents and we were knocked out until the sun came up. When I woke up, I took a little walk around our campsite and found coyote tracks, which encircled our camp and actually got pretty close to our tents and campfire, which was pretty weird and a bad sign for several reasons. The rest of the day went without incident. We woke up, cooked breakfast, explored the northern rim of the Grand Canyon on the reservation side, and checked out our old hogan in the area. We stayed up pretty late that night. We were out exploring at night on our four-wheeler on some off-road trails. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. and we were driving on a rocky road that went up into a small canyon. We arrived at one of the hogans and settled down. There was myself, my cousin, and my two white friends. We talked for a while, and in that very moment, everyone stopped talking. That's when it happened. The door began to shake violently, as if someone kicked the door as hard as they could. It was loud and strong enough to where you could hear the lock rattle, and the door bounce back and forth on the wooden frame. My friends shot up in bed. What the freak is that? They had reason to be alarmed. We were quite far from anyone else, and they knew that. It was extremely quiet out there. I got out of bed and grabbed a shotgun and told my cousin to get his rifle. I walked to the door and motioned him to go forward, and I said, "You go left, I go right." I'm not really sure why, but I wasn't scared despite the obvious weirdness of what was going on. I ripped the door open and we both slipped out of the door, one after another, and swept the area. We looked everywhere we could and went to the truck and got the spotlight and swept the area some more. Nothing. No footprints, no animals, nothing. We decided to send a message and shot some rounds off to scare whatever it was away. I think we were all kind of worried, but eventually we went back into the hogan and settled back in. Eventually, they all fell asleep, but I hid my nervousness and my heart was still racing. It wasn't until everyone was quiet and asleep that I noticed the thumping. I heard it quite faintly through the rock walls, and when I put my ear to the wall, I heard it a lot better. It was very rhythmic thumping sound. It sounded as if it was coming through the rock table that the hogan sits on top of. I tried to rationalize it and told myself it was just the cows and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up the next morning and we went to check the cows, which were about 10 miles away on the ranch and hadn't been anywhere near our hogan that night. Several days later, after I told my aunts about what had happened, they told me that my one Navajo grandma, who lived alone out in the middle of nowhere, had weird things happen to them too. The same night we had her door kicked, someone also knocked on her door in the middle of the night. When she opened the door, there was no one there. My aunts think it's a skinwalker who is messing with me and my cousins because we're mixed race. I'm not sure that's the reason why, but I don't really know what to think of it.
I mean, skinwalkers will still fuck you up, no
I
matter
work
what
as a
race you
national
are.
park ranger in the northern part of the United States. The job is surprisingly difficult. We have to maintain the property, enforce the rules, and etc. One of the biggest things that they never tell you is that we're also responsible for missing people. People go missing all the time, especially at night. I remember getting a call once early in the morning saying that they heard gunshots coming from a campsite. Unfortunately, I had to respond. It was still dark outside when we pulled up to the campsite. The campsite consisted of 2 RVs that looked destroyed. Blood was everywhere. We got out of our vehicle to investigate with our weapons drawn. We announced our presence and we continued to the campsite. There was no one there. There had been cases before where people left their food out, which drawn bears or mountain lions, and unfortunately caused the death of the campers. But this case was different. Typically, when an animal attacks a camper, there's at least something left over, a body part or something. But in this case, there was nothing, just blood. Upon further investigation, we were able to discover that there were some bullet holes in some of the walls of the RV. Typically, when campers are armed, they are able to fend off animals quite well. Unfortunately, in this scenario, that doesn't seem to be the case. I didn't stay too long at the scene. Something in the back of my mind told me that those things were still out there, and I didn't want to meet them. I went back to the station and reported my findings. When I arrived at the station, I was quite surprised to see that the local authorities were already there, alongside another organization I couldn't quite recognize. They looked official. They looked much like your men in black that your typical conspiracy theorist would talk about. White shirts, black jackets, and sunglasses. Before I was able to enter the station, one of the men in black approached me. The man identified himself quite bravely and told me that I had to ride with him into their headquarters. Initially, I refused. I told him that I had to report what I saw. This seemed to disturb him. He said that that wouldn't be necessary and that I had to go down to the station with him immediately. Before I was able to respond a second time, my lead ranger came out, aka my boss, of the station and told me that I had to go with them. I did as they requested and got into the van. About 2 hours later, we arrived at their headquarters. The headquarters were this unidentified building in a downtown city that I'm not going to name. The building was quite large. We entered the building and I was taken to a conference room. While in there, I was interviewed by a couple of people and asked me odd questions. They asked me if I saw anything, if I heard anything, or even if I smelled anything. I told them the truth, which really wasn't much, that I only saw blood and a couple of bullet holes. They seemed somewhat relieved by this answer. They then told me that they were taking over the investigation and that I was not to talk about anything that I saw that morning. If I said anything to anyone, I could possibly lose my job and even face time in jail. I didn't really understand the big deal about this. Campers get attacked by animals all the time. Why was the government interested in this single attack? I was then taken back to my station. By this time, it was almost the end of the day. I drove my service truck over to the campsite that I was at earlier. The 2 RVs that were there earlier were gone. That was quite strange to me. Typically, when something like this happens, the scene is not to be disturbed for at least a couple of days. This allows for a proper investigation, but it looked like someone just wanted to clean up the area as if nothing happened. For some reason, this bothered me, but I didn't say anything to anyone. 3 weeks later, I get another call. Very similar scenario, except I'm able to get there in time. I pull up to the campsite and I'm able to hear gunfire. I draw my weapon and I follow the sounds. The gunfire is coming from inside a trailer. In the break of the gunfire, I'm able to announce my presence and I tell them to stop shooting. The people inside the trailer then yell something that really disturbs me. They tell me to shoot the girl and that it's not human. I tell them to stop firing so that we can sort all of this out. I figure that they're either on drugs or they're drunk. Again, something that I'm not completely foreign to. I try to shine my flashlight around to see what they're shooting at, and my heart stops. Off into the distance, I'm able to see the silhouette of a little girl, except something's not right. She's shaking. A lot. It's as if she's having a seizure. My first thought is that this little girl is in great danger. Not only are these people shooting at her, but she's having a seizure. I go knock on the trailer and I tell them to stop shooting. They open the door to the trailer and I see that there's a family inside. Everyone is crying except for the father figure, who is still holding his gun. I enter the trailer and they quickly close it behind me. I call for other rangers to come to the scene, and I ask the family what's going on. They're all quite hysterical, and they aren't making much sense. They're saying that something took their dog, and that the thing that took it is able to change shapes. I wait with the family until more rangers arrive. I'm quite skeptical at what they're saying. When more rangers finally arrive, I tell them that there's a little girl out in the woods and that she's possibly injured. I take the family back to the station, and again, those men in black people are there waiting. Instead of taking me back to their headquarters, they call all of the rangers inside. They then inform us that all of us are being relocated, and that this national park would be closing for a very short time. What bothers me most about this experience is that it leaves me with so many questions. What was going on in that national park? What was that organization doing? And what was that little girl doing out in the woods? I am a police officer in a town in Arizona. Our town borders a Navajo reservation. Like most reservations, we have no jurisdiction on it, but that's not the reason why we don't go. Since our town borders the reservation, we have gotten many calls from our townspeople saying that they've seen strange things on their lands. We have gotten many UFO calls, which there's obviously nothing that we can do about it, but we have also gotten strange calls of creatures lurking into people's windows. The calls vary in description of the creatures. Some say it looks like a Bigfoot, while others say it's a creature with antlers. Regardless of the call, we still have to go out and make a report, and we get these calls about once a week. 90% of the time, the reports lead to nothing. But every now and then, either myself or another officer will see something strange. Something I'm going to share with you that's currently ongoing is often referred to by me and many officers as the Screaming House. Allow me to provide some context about this case. The driveway to the Screaming House is about a mile long. The mailbox and driveway are technically in our town, but the house itself isn't. Since the mailbox is in our town, we have to respond to the calls. The Screaming House isn't owned by anyone. No one lives there. But we get calls every week or so from that residence of someone screaming into the phone. All of the calls are at late at night. The call started about 6 months ago. Me and my partner responded to the first call. The call happened at 1:16 in the morning. My partner and I were out there by 1:40. We pulled up to the mailbox and looked down the long dirt driveway. About halfway down the driveway, we noticed a fallen tree covering the path, so we'd have to get out. We pulled our police cruiser up as close as we could and got out. We were able to see the house and that there were no lights on. Not a great sign. We walked down the other half of the driveway, not exactly sure what to expect. The house had 2 stories and was very old. The house was definitely built in the early 1900s. In front of the house was an old rusted over truck from the 1930s. My partner and I stopped about 70 yards in front of the house. We shined our flashlights all over the property and the house, not seeing anyone. The front door to the house was wide open. How did we get a call from this place? I thought to myself. We walked a couple yards closer, and that's when we heard it. It wasn't the screaming that we heard on the phone, but rather the crying of a baby. Something isn't right, my partner said. There's no way there's a baby out here. This smells like a trap. I was conflicted. I wasn't sure whether to investigate or just to head back. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate the house. What if there was an actual toddler that made its way out here and was lost? I would never be able to forgive myself. We decided that I would check the house, while my partner would check the perimeter of the outside. I entered the front door of the house, my flashlight peering into the dark house. The crying was coming from the basement. I made my presence known, announcing my name and that I was a police officer. I got no response, and the crying continued. The floor in the house was covered with glass and other debris. The floor crunched as I made my way through the house. I then quickly found the entrance to the basement. The basement door was missing. I shined my flashlight down, and I saw an old set of stairs. The stairs looked as if they would not hold my body weight. I again made my presence known. The crying stopped. I was about to enter the basement when my partner buzzed me on the walkie. "John, you need to get out of there, now." I was confused and caught off guard. That's when I heard someone moving around upstairs. I bolted out of the house and down the driveway. My partner was already by the car. His gun was drawn and pointed behind me. We need to go, he said. I jumped in the cruiser and backed the cruiser out of the driveway. The entire time, my partner was asking, "Did you see it? Did you see it?" "No, I didn't see it," I said. We made our way back to the station, the entire time my partner telling me what he saw. He said that when he was in the backyard, he heard something behind him. He shined his flashlight around and noticed something upstairs. He said that he was only able to notice its eyes and its teeth. Everything else was just black fur. Now, we do have bears in Arizona, but not in our part of the state. However, on our report, we put the creature as a bear. My partner and I both know that whatever it was, it definitely wasn't a bear. Had my partner not notified me in time, I hate to imagine what would have happened. We still get calls from the screaming house, but we just drive by. We don't ever get out and investigate. We have a pretty good idea what kind of creature lives there, but I'm not going to call it by its name. I hear that it attracts them, and that's the last thing we need. I don't know what to make of my situation, but I want your opinion on what's going on. I had recently purchased some property out in the middle of nowhere. I had been looking for property for some time because I wanted to get into farming, but I hadn't had any luck until recently. But things are starting to make sense now that I'm looking back. I had purchased a couple 100 acres for a great deal. It's one of those deals that you do not believe what you're seeing. It's that good. I remember asking the realtor why it was such a great deal, but he never did give me a direct answer. That should have been a red flag. But I do remember him saying something about the nighttime, that it wasn't safe. I wasn't exactly sure what he meant, but now I do. A couple months ago when we first moved in, my wife and I pulled up in our vehicles, her in her minivan with our kids, and me with the U-Haul towing my truck. The property had a small home on it, but the home looked like it hadn't been lived in for about 15 years. My wife saw this as something that we could make a project out of. She had always been very ambitious. I was the first one to pull up to the house. I got out of my U-Haul and I walked up to the front door. To my surprise, there laid a dead crow right in front of the door. The door had a small spattering of blood on it. The poor thing probably had flown into the door and died. This is something you normally see more on a window, not necessarily a solid door, but whatever. This wasn't an issue at the time, and it didn't raise any flags. Birds fly into things all the time and die. I then began to unpack the U-Haul. About 20 minutes or so later, my wife and our daughters finally arrived. Luckily, they didn't have to see the dead crow in front of the door. They were none the wiser. With my wife and daughter's help, we were able to finish unpacking the U-Haul just under an hour. The house had plumbing, but we were waiting on the electric company to turn on the switch. Something I should have done before, I know. We spent the rest of the day placing furniture all throughout the house. Nighttime came pretty quickly. That tends to happen when you're busy. Thankfully, my wife has a small candle collection that we use to light the home. Most of them were scented candles, but whatever. My daughters were enjoying the new house. They were both able to get
died?
their own rooms, and didn't seem to care that the house creaked often and smelled kind of
feel like you're dying.
which I appreciated. Nothing happened the first night. I think it was because we didn't have electricity, and they didn't know we were there. The second day, we were able to get the electricity going. This was awesome for me because I love my sports. My family and I went into the nearest town and got supplies for the week. The town was about 20 minutes or so away, and we only seemed to pass maybe 1 or 2 houses on the way there. I even remember turning to my wife saying, "Man, we're really out there, aren't we?" By the time we were on our way back, the sun was beginning to set. We pulled in our driveway, which was about a half-mile long, and looked down to our house. I could see from that distance that every light in our house was on. I was a little freaked out about this. My wife and I are big sticklers about wasting energy. My daughters would leave a light on or so from time to time, but nothing like this. We got to the house and I slowly inspected it. All the doors and windows were locked, so we figured it was just the electric company rebooting all the lights. Again, this was no red flag, or for any cause of alarm. We go inside and everything seems to be in order. We unload the groceries and go in for the night. During the night, however, around 1 or 2 in the morning, I could hear howling off into the distance. Whatever the creature was, it was definitely a good distance away. I was planning on using the land for cattle farming, but I didn't have any cattle at the time, so I really didn't care about the wolves. Around the same time of the howling, I could have sworn I heard something at the front door. It wasn't enough for me to get up and check,
There she
but it was enough for me
is.
to notice. The next morning, my wife and I got up early and began our projects on the house. My wife began to make coffee, and I went out to my car to grab my charger. When I opened the front door, there laid another dead crow. What? I thought. Why do crows love this door? Or better yet, why does this door hate crows? Again, I just kicked the crow off the front porch. Not a big deal. But I did take notice. Maybe it was
Don't
the
worry,
thud I heard last
we have
night.
all week technically.
That was kind of weird.
I
Oh well.
was
I went out to my truck and grabbed my charger and went back
just
in, not telling my wife what was in
fixing
front of our
things
door.
up, actually.
I had some coffee and we started the day off right. Quick note about our land. The land I purchased was mostly flat, except for a small hill that our
Alright,
house
I'm gonna
was
see.
on.
I'm gonna test this
The
out.
house
see if
had
it
a very
actually
old barn around back.
fine.
It wasn't very big, and it didn't have a door. Next to the barn was an old well that was no longer in use. I wanted to fill the old well, but I didn't have time, thanks to all these house projects. The day went by pretty quickly again. My wife and I were busy for the most part, while our daughters played around the house.
That I have to go to
Around 7 o'clock at night, I needed to go into town to buy an extension cord. I was driving away from my house on our half-mile driveway when my lights scanned across the open field in front of me, a couple 100 yards away, on these large animals. The animals had very dark fur, and instead of reflecting green like most animals, their eyes reflected red. Oh my gosh, I said out loud. That's kinda spooky. I continued driving, hoping that I'd get a better look at these animals, but I never got a better look. I continued my way to the hardware store and picked up whatever it was I was going to get. While I was there, I got a phone call from my wife. She was pretty frantic. She was saying something about growling coming from outside. My mind flashed to what I saw earlier, and I quickly left the store. I got home in record time. Once I was home, I did a quick once-over outside and didn't find anything. I then went inside.
Oh god, I look
I found my
disturbing.
wife and our 2 daughters hiding upstairs in the bathtub. Okay, I know that animals can be scary sometimes, but come on, hiding in the bathtub? My wife was pretty insistent that whatever it was trying to get inside. I told her and my daughters that it was very important that we made sure we did not keep any food outside. They agreed, and they seemed to calm down after coming up with this simple solution. But my wife still seemed petrified. It was clear that she wanted to tell me something, but not in front of my daughters. She waited until our daughters were asleep in bed when she told me what she had heard. She told me that right when I left, she thought she heard me
I know.
out in the backyard. She was
just,
confused since she saw me leave
I
and drive off.
I just don't
She
think
walked
it
back
too
there
much
to see if
because
she
it
could
happens.
see me, but
and
obviously she didn't.
happens is
That's when she
normal.
heard what she thought was me again, this time coming from the old barn. She knew that whatever it
Basically,
was
something
speaking
that happens
wasn't
and
me.
It's okay.
My wife then quickly went inside,
Just
locking all the doors and
cycle.
windows,
It's
and
fine.
taking my 2 daughters upstairs. Okay, that's a little bit more freaky, I said. My wife and I then argued about calling the police to come check out the backyard. I felt silly about it. We're gonna tell the police to come over because my wife thought she heard me in the backyard. We didn't call the police that night, but we did settle on calling them the next morning. My wife and I then went to bed since we had a big day ahead of us. I woke up again in the middle of the night. My daughter was standing next to my bed, shaking me awake. "What's wrong, dear?" I said sleepily. She then told me that there was a scary man outside. I got out of bed and gave her a hug. "It's okay, dear. I know a new house can be scary sometimes," I said reassuringly. "Let me see if I can see him," I said to my daughter as I carried her back to her bed. I carried her back to her room and I looked out her window, being more than confident that I would not see any scary man out there. As I was quickly scanning the horizon, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a large silhouette. I naturally did a double take. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This was no man, but it did stand up like one. Whatever it was, it greatly resembled the creatures that I saw earlier that week. Its eyes reflecting red. The creature then began to walk around my house, no longer in my view. "Did you see it, Daddy?" my daughter asked. No, I didn't see anything. There's nothing out there," I lied, hoping to calm my daughter as well as myself. My daughter didn't question it and went back to bed. I slowly crept into another room, hoping to get another view of that creature, but I couldn't see it. My mind was now racing. What was that thing I saw? It looked like a wolf, but again, it was standing like a man. Not just like any man,
I wonder
but a
how to
man
do this.
trying not to be seen.
Okay,
I didn't
okay,
sleep well
okay,
that night. 9 o'clock the next day, I called the police
Trying to figure
and
out
told them
what
that we had suspicion of people
to
trespassing
make
on my property. The police took their sweet time to finally get to my house,
my
and when they
thing
finally
here.
arrived, they didn't exit the cruiser. They apologized for being so late and told me that they thought it was a prank and had to reconfirm the address. "Why would it be a prank?" I said. The policeman then said, "Look, I don't know if you know this or not, but the previous owners of this property were killed. Their bodies were mutilated and dumped into the well out back. That was 20 years ago. The case is still open." He also then told me that the property that I live on had been bought and sold dozens of times, mainly due
Okay,
to
now
the
I'm
real
confused
estate
on this. Hold on.
agency not giving enough information about the property's history. The new owners then find out and are outraged and sell the property again. That explains why the property was so cheap. I don't know what was more sickening, seeing that creature last night or hearing this information. I thanked the officers for their time and they left. I told my wife what they told me and we had a discussion. I
I'm just
also
trying
told
to
her
fix
about the
something out
thing that I
here.
saw last night. She thinks that whatever it was trying to mimic me behind the barn and the creature that I saw last night
I guess it does.
probably
I
had
just
something to do
the
with the
eyes are
murders.
kind of throwing
That
me
day, we
off a
decided
little
that we
bit.
needed to pack up and go and stay in a motel. That brings us to now.
So
We don't know what to do and we're losing money
gotta get
fast.
the base
Everything
of my
we had was
eyes,
tied up
but
into
it
that
can't
farm.
be dark because
And
that's
if we
kind of
cannot
like
figure out a solution, we will have to be forced to go back to the barn and stay there. I was 15 at the time and roughly the same age of my cousins and brother at the time. We were all within 1 year of each other. We go into the woods to be manly and do whatever guys do. We have normal supplies, axe, hatchet, knives, matches, you name it. It's getting late in the woods and we were extra manly since we were 15, but we decided to head back because the bugs were kind of too much. On our way back, there's a pretty androgynous looking person on our trail, just standing there with torn clothes.
okay.
"Hey, are you
let's
lost?
see.
We can lead you out if you want." This person starts doing this dry heaving motion like they were dry heaving but lifting their elbows too. Very unnatural looking.
Okay.
I say
I
to
think
the person,
screen works.
"What are
actually,
you doing?" Whatever it
linear
was stops
does
heaving.
work a little bit
It opens
better.
its mouth and lets out this scream. It's unlike anything I've ever heard before. Normally, I would have ran away, but there was about 15 of us, and we all had small weapons. We just stand our ground and lift our weapons up in defense mode. The thing cricks its head unnaturally towards us, like
You
they
let
do
me
in
know if
almost
you want
every
me to
possessed
call you
movie, and
while you
smiles
get ready
at us.
for work.
We all scream to get away from us, and sure enough, whatever it was did. Once the creature was out of our sight, we instantly stopped hearing any of the noises that came from it. It was as if it was still hiding behind a tree, waiting for anyone to come around to looking for it. At this point, however, we were pretty spooked and we decided to get out of there. It was about 3 weeks until I finally went back into the woods. My wife asks me to go camping.
Oh shit, right.
I hate the idea,
Oh, do you
but
still
she's
want me
pretty
to
excited.
call you?
Sure, why not?
Still call you.
We drive to a secluded bit of land by her grandparents' house. We spend hours
I guess I
setting
can
up
do
the tent
color
in the
burn
campsite.
and
We get ready and go hiking. As we are
this
hiking,
a
however,
little
it
bit.
rains a little bit and we get a bit wet. We double back and get back just in time
It's
before
pretty
it gets dark.
simple. It's
We
kind of
make
like
a fire
it
and
needs
the
to be
wife is getting a
bubblegum
little
kind of
bit
style. So
tired, kind of low energy. We eat dinner and talk for a while, then we decide it's time to go to bed. We inflate our air mattress and get our double sleeping bag out. We get in together and she's shivering.
oh
I
damn.
ask her, is she okay? And she says that she's fine. She keeps shivering and I don't feel good about this. You said you were fine.
Well, admit
I
the
don't wanna
eyes are
ruin
kind of
our
creepy,
trip or anything, but I think we should go
and I
back.
can work with creepy.
I feel her face, and it's pretty hot. Well, it won't be any fun if you don't feel well tomorrow. I think it'd be better if we just leave. You might have a fever. She agrees and we head back to our home. As we decide to get our things packed up, I put her in the car to wait as I finish putting the tent and other odds and ends back into the car. I turn the car on and place her inside. I turn the heat on high so she can get warm. I go back into the
Yeah.
tent and start to deflate the air mattress when I hear the horn beeping from outside.
I just thought, you know what?
I run out over to the car and
I
my wife
don't
says that
have
there's
a
someone around
bubble,
in our
like
campsite. She said that they
kind of
were
girly. Well, I mean,
she
I
said
am.
that as soon as she saw
half
them
from
and was sure
girly
it was
stuff,
a person, she made sure
but
to beat the horn to notify
What's the
me.
opposite of
I
dark?
can tell she's pretty upset about this. I didn't believe her at the time, considering the state that she was in.
That's
I
the
tell her
opposite
to
of dark.
relax and rest up as I finish up packing. I gather everything outside the tent and step back in to roll up the mattress. I hear her yell
I
my
gotta go
name.
for a bit.
It sounded
Just
like
trying
it
to
came
wake up.
from
Oh,
the
just let me
woods.
know when.
Why is she outside of the car? I then hear her yell, "Help me,
And
my leg
so
is
for the
bleeding."
eyes actually are
I
tying
rush
the
out and
style
glance over to
together.
the car, but
The eyes
she's
actually
still
look
inside,
pretty
asleep.
cool.
A wave of fear washes over me, and I hear something yell again from the woods. This time, it doesn't sound anything like my
I
wife.
think
Help
Nyx will probably like this.
me.
I begin to freak out,
color.
and instead of packing up the tent
Okay,
properly,
should I
just
keep my
roll it up
hair
as best I can and shove it into the car.
white or should I?
left a few unimportant items
Because right now, all I'm
behind,
doing
considering I was
is
in a rush, and I didn't
black
want to
and
meet
white.
whatever it was
I'm sorry.
out in the woods.
Replacing the black with
I
the
start
pink.
driving, and we finally make it home.
So
When
the top
wife
of my
finally
hair,
wakes up,
where
I
it's
ask her,
black
"What
here,
did you
see,
see
that's
out
gonna
in
be
the woods?"
pink.
She gets really serious and looks very stern in her face. She said that it was very white.
Well, my
and thought
beard
it was
is
a
kind
naked
of
person
dark
crawling
gray. I
behind
guess
some
I can keep
trees.
my hair
She
white.
then saw them
It's
stand
fine.
up against the tree and began to beat the horn to get my attention. Then, whatever it was, got down on all fours
I
again and
guess
took off
we can
crawling
do
into the
two
woods.
versions.
In a way,
Let
I'm
me
kind of glad that
try
my wife got
and-
sick, so that we would not be
Let me do the
outside
hair first.
any longer
Okay.
with that thing.
And let's see. See, so this is
Back
my
in
hair.
2012, we always had bonfires every night. I'm in the Marine
And
Corps Reserve, so while
what
I'm at
gonna
home,
do
I work as
is
an Ohio State
stretch
trooper. Anyways, a bunch of my
this
buddies and I were
out
having a bonfire. We
like
got everyone at my
that,
house around 7 p.m., then loaded them up into our
and
vehicles.
kind of
Mine was a Chevy Suburban, and the others were a Jeep Wrangler and a Ford
take your
350.
time. Let me know.
The spot where
I'm
we
not
have our
going anywhere.
bonfires was a mile back on my land. There was this dirt path we would take to get to this cabin. It starts going out in between two fields, then through the woods, then dead ends at our cabin, which overlooks this creek. We had about 24 people packed into these 3 vehicles. We set off driving through the woods. and for my Chevy, it's no big deal. But as soon as we got to the area, I stepped out of my vehicle and I could smell this awful smell. Death.
Fuck. No, no, no.
It smelled like death, like an animal or something was rotting in the woods somewhere nearby. Everyone else said that they could
Alright,
smell
that
it too.
one, color burn.
I didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe a deer had died or something. The story took place near the end of September, so hunting season had just started. I started the fire and didn't think too much of the smell. We all eventually got used to it. We played beer pong and had a generator going to power the cabin. So my friend of mine, Ryan, had been telling me that this girl I had brought with me kept asking stuff about me to him, saying how much of a gentleman I was and how that we were probably going to hook up that night. Anyways, the fire was dying down, so Ryan was going to get wood with a few buddies of mine. I had them take a radio with them to radio me if they needed any help. The fire started to get real low. It had been about 30 minutes since they had left. "Hey, where are your fruitcakes at?" I asked over the radio. "Dude, chill, I'm on my way," Ryan responded. They came back later with a ton of wood, got the fire going again, and eventually it started to get late. People wanted to start going home, so after everyone left, there were only 8 of us that had remained. The girl I liked, Sarah, Ryan, David, another guy, and 3 other girls. David, the other guy, and the girls were wasted and they were flirting all night. I continued to chill at the fire with Sarah and Ryan talking about some random stuff. It started to get real late, around 2 a.m., and when the 3 girls, David, and the other guy wanted to lay down in the cabin, Sarah and I stayed outside and talked for a while. Eventually, we started to make out. I stopped when I heard this crackling sound outside. I looked over and I couldn't make out what the figure was walking around near the tree line. "Hey you, what are you doing over there?" I asked. "Dude, chill, I'm on my way," the figure responded. It sounded exactly like Ryan, but I swore that Ryan had been in the cabin this whole time. Maybe he had walked out when I was occupied and didn't see him when he went out. "What?" I asked. "Dude, chill, I'm on my way," it responded again. My hair started to raise up on my neck. "What the heck?" Sarah responded. "Sarah, go inside and wake everyone up," I responded. She didn't hesitate. I walked over to my SUV and popped the trunk and grabbed my AR-15. For some reason I was shaking, and the death smell was back again. "What the heck?" I whispered to myself, shoving the mag into the rifle and sending a round into the chamber. I walked around the SUV to where I saw the figure in the woods, and I couldn't see it. About this time, Ryan had walked out of the cabin and looked at me like I was a stupid. "Dude, why do you have a gun?" he asked. "Were you out in the woods?" I asked him. He told me that he'd just woken up and had no idea what I was talking about. I told him to take everyone back to their cars and come back with a gun. He got everyone into their SUVs and drove off. I sat there by the fire for a while, looking around. I had my spotlight with me at my side, the 1,000,000 candle-watt powered one. I couldn't help but think that there was someone in the woods trying to play a trick on me, but living 8 miles away from a prison, you can't really be too sure. The death smell was starting to get almost repugnant. I almost felt like gagging. I had something walking around in the woods again, and I grabbed my spotlight and stood up. I waited for a moment, then I saw it again. The figure walked out of the woods and stood there looking at me. I flipped on the light and pointed it at it. Whatever this thing was, its back was facing me, and it was facing the forest. "Hey, I got a gun. You might want to tell me what you're doing in my land before I lay you out right now." Not a single word came from this person's mouth. I started to walk closer, and I heard the words, "Dude, why do you have a gun?" come from this person. "Well, because I stopped mid-sentence. I started to think about what it just said. It sounded just like Ryan. It was as if it was mimicking him, but perfectly. It repeated it again, and this time it sounded exactly like Ryan. I raised my rifle and sighted it in on this guy. "Ryan?" I asked. The neck shifted a little bit and twitched its whole body. It looked unnatural. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something about it looked wrong. I heard music playing in the background, and I could see headlights coming through the woods. "Who are you?" I asked. The figure turned around and looked at me. Its facial features were off. It looked like the other guy that was with Ryan, but its voice sounded exactly like Ryan. and it stared at me with its mouth wide open. "Who are you?" I shouted, flipping off my rifle's safety. Something on the fire snapped and made a loud noise, so I flipped around to see what was behind me. When I looked back to the woods, the person was gone. "Frick," I shouted, looking around for him. About this time, Ryan was parking the Suburban and getting out, putting a pistol in his back waistband. "Dude, what's going on?" he asked. I started to fill him in on everything, then asked if everyone was with him. He told me that everyone was in the cabin, was in the SUV, the other guy, Sarah, and the 3 girls. We sat by the fire and started waiting. The death smell had went away for the time being. It was around 4 a.m. now, and the sunlight should be coming through just in a couple of hours. At that time, however, the death smell came back, this time stronger than ever, to the point Ryan gagged and almost threw up. I got up and looked around, waiting to see the figure again. A few moments passed and I could see something on the ground, coming out of the woods. I turned on my spotlight and shined it at the figure. The man, who I had seen before, was on the ground, rolling around. "What the F is that?" Ryan asked, pulling his pistol out from his back waistband. We both stared at the man rolling around for a good 20 minutes,
I
then he
am
stopped
adding the
and lay there
hair
on the
right
ground.
now. Give
The
me
man
a
then started to twitch.
second.
I started walking towards the man, having my rifle pointed at him the entire time. I got about 30 meters away and he stopped twitching. He stood up and looked at me. All of a sudden, I had felt this feeling of absolute dread. I felt like everything I knew about my life was about to come to an end. I then took action and fired one bullet into the man's forehead. The man drops like a bag of rocks on the ground and starts twitching. What happened next, I cannot explain. The man stood up and started walking to the woods like nothing had happened. I lowered my rifle and watched as he made it into the tree line and turned around and looked at us. Maybe I'd missed, I thought. I didn't see any wound on him and nothing on his face was touched. When the man left, the death smell went away.
Hello.
I couldn't smell it anymore. The man smiled
Hello.
at us and walked into the woods again. By that time, we ran and got into the SUV, got in and took
Can you
off
hear
towards my home.
Now I can.
We never spoke of what happened to anyone in fear that they think we were
I
mental.
hear you very, very low.
I've been back to that place countless times, but I cannot seem to forget that smell of
I haven't
death
been awake that long.
or that feeling of dread.
I'm sorry,
not
hold on a
sure if it
second.
was the goat
I think the
or a
video is a little
skinwalker.
bit too low.
A ghost maybe? Or a windy
Alright, just pausing it for like a second. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I said hello, but I must have been too quiet.
Yeah, I can barely hear you. Sorry guys, Hex is being quiet, so I had to take up the music.
I'm sorry. I just woke up.
Sure, let's blame it on,
oh,
on the sleepiness.
I'm still very tired.
Yeah, you're fine.
Ugh. And I crashed at like fucking 9-ish. I don't remember exactly when, because that's what pissed me off when I woke up the first time, is when I looked when you text me. I'm like, God damn it, if I would just been up just a little longer.
Yeah, I woke up around that time. That's funny.
What the fuck?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna keep the hair white with the pink because I did add some like a little tint of pink around it for the shadows to just be pinky, so it looks good. It actually brings out the skin a little bit more, so it's okay. I do have to erase the shadow on the nose for the face. Here, let me see. This one, yeah. So, how was your day yesterday?
It was okay. Just a little busy, but we had fun. We all brought in stuff for breakfast. All the truck team did.
Nice.
And
What did you eat?
one of my coworkers brought biscuits and gravy. Then we had had like muffins, donuts, all sorts of shit. And then I made like this because not everyone drinks coffee. I made like this hot cocoa thing. I should have taken a picture of it, and we made like little hot cocoa spoons, like the chocolate and stuff with peppermint crushed on it.
Nice.
Yeah. So it was okay.
Oh my god, I'm gonna look so girly in this.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that's gonna be dark is gonna be the piercings because it needs some balance. And the inside of
Oh,
the mouth. Okay.
um, Jesus. I had a thought and I lost it. Oh God.
It was a lie.
I'm like trying to remember what I was gonna say and I can't.
It was a lie.
It was not a lie.
It was a lie.
Uh-huh.
Then you should have been able to remember.
My, then if that was the case, I'd be lying a lot because you know how shit my memory is. God damn.
That's a thing that they say in Puerto Rico. It's like
Uh-oh.
if you forget if you say, oh shit, I was gonna tell you something. It's like, oh, and I forgot. Well, that was a lie.
I feel like my brain is like on like autopilot a little bit. I'm like, blech.
Well, you just woke up.
I woke up once at 2, and that's when I texted you, and then I like literally I don't think I was awake for more than like
Yeah, I didn't even notice the text until I just called you because I was over here.
mm,
Oh shit, wrong one. So I just finished the show Wednesday.
is
I
it
was
good? My
I was watching it. It's not that bad. It's actually pretty funny. I mean, I like the Addams Family stuff, so
because I've been meaning to watch it.
nah, you like it. I am trying to get the intervals. It's really weird. I'm just bored. I wanted to do something weird. I was hoping for Foxy to be here so we can do the his avatar, but now I'm stuck on doing this one, so yay.
Yay!
Yay. It's fine. I don't mind it. Alright, so let me just put some. Alright, keep that in the background. Of course, you guys, I'm gonna be an asshole and not show you the process of how it looks, like actually looks, because well, it will ruin the surprise. I didn't realize that I had that B-roid on until I kind of clicked on my stream labs and I see that you said something and I'm like, what? And I see it was like, fuck no. Let me take it away. It looks cute though.
Damn it! I wanna see.
Nope.
Rude.
It's gonna be pink. I did added some cute, the cute little blush with the freckles on it, so he looks adorable. Um, the skin, I don't know if I should give it the slight tint, like the around the face here. Hold on. Like here. Because the hair doesn't look too dark, but this also doesn't look too messed up, so
Hmm. It's weird with the pink lipstick, I'm not gonna lie. It works, but it's just weird.
oh yeah. I'm just so it should look kind of like pinkish, like that, maybe, and then erase certain spots here because it's the chin here that kind of looks so kind of I don't know. I've been watching a lot of the avatar creation stuff, and I've been taking a little bit of like inspiration, kind of.
Hmm.
I've been trying to get things to look a little bit more realistic. Okay. Let's try the face again. Let's try this again, buddy. Man, I take away the beard and he looks like a baby. Okay, it looks good. Alright. Yeah, it actually looks a little bit better, yeah. The thing is, that's gonna be more annoying is the body skin. Oh,
Yeah.
that's the thing that I'm not looking forward to because it's I gotta remake all of it.
Oh, I didn't think it went through. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I went through. I see it.
The RIP.
Let's see. I gotta get rid of the accessories. Okay. It looks weird because my face is and my hair and the eyes are all pink and white and like my neck down, everything's just black and gray and very, very weird.
For some reason in my head, it's like, it just looks like, me, like, I just did your, like, makeup, like, haha, we're gonna make you pink.
I'll show you a little bit of it, but not like I'll show you the by the mouth,
Hmm.
and you can see like
Yeah, guys, I'm special. I get
yeah,
to
but you're
see
not
sneaky
special
peek.
enough to see the rest because the rest actually looks pretty sweet. The eyes are just like
Damn.
honestly, the eyes are it's the thing that's taking me because they look so fucking weird.
Damn, I just got roasted. I'm not special enough to see the whole thing. Just
Nope.
kidding. It does look kind of cool, though. Weird with the black against the black body, but cool.
I know. I'm saving it as I go because I don't want it to mess up. Hi. Hi, child. Got Harpy. I don't know if you saw my title, but she is the reason why my title is the way it is. Hi.
Being a little crazy today.
Look at that belly. Oh.
Harpy.
Hi, Harpy. Alright. I have to also save some money up now to take not just her and Gasly to the vet, but also Mew.
Oh, is everything okay?
She has like this side on her bell, and the side of her belly is pretty hard, so I feel like this could be like a tumor. So we have to take her to the vet.
Mm.
Yeah, I gotta wipe your butt. Yeah. Sweetie, I'm trying to work here. Yeah, I'm trying to work here. Okay. That looks terrifying. No. No, I clicked the skin where the nips are revealing. And
Oh boy.
yeah, it looks really bad on the male skin. Ah. Yeah. Okay. Can you get? Okay, no, you're not getting down. You're just laying there. Okay, cool. All right, so now I gotta do this with one hand, which is fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. Don't look at me like that. You're the one doing this to me, not you, her.
I figured.
Hi. Um. Yeah.
Ah. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. You okay? You
We can
okay?
have fun.
You okay? Now every time she knows that I'm not talking to her, she just tries to grab my mic. Hi. Hi. Yeah. You you don't have to suck my thumb, you know. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, that my microphone is not a plaything. No. No. Nightmare. Okay. Where were we? Okay. Yeah, I don't know how am I gonna do this. I don't know how am I gonna be able to do this. Um, maybe I guess I can use this one and put it up here. I don't know. Select all of it. Let's see. Trying my best way to kind of shortcut this.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, yeah. So. Gotta take off this part right here. Wait, no, I don't have to take the part. Do I? Oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's not your fault. It's mine. Just trying to do something. Okay, now this is the part where I can just be like on top of this. And kind of blend it in with it. Hey! Hey, Cherry. It's been a while. How you doing? Mom's on the call. I'm sure she doesn't even remember the name change. I'm just gonna let her suffer. Because that is what a good father does.
You're so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, yes I do have.
Hmm. Who is she? Hmm? Hmm? Who is
I
she?
know.
Oh, hi. Yeah, you're saying hi? But you don't know who she is. Come on.
Yes I do.
Come on. Yeah, so if you know who she is, tell me. Who is she?
I, my brain, I can't think of the original name now for some
Mm,
reason.
mm, mm,
Don't judge me.
mm-hmm. You are being judged.
I'm too tired for this shit.
Okay. Okay, Harpy, you got a dirty butt. Okay? So I gotta clean you, because you're just leaving stains all over. Okay. Give me a second. So how have you been? Tell me all about your new adventure. Are you debuted? Sweetie, I'm trying to clean your butt. There. I wiped your butt. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Don't argue with me. Don't argue with me. Okay. God, these porn freaking things. God, spammers, can you just stop? Nobody wants you here. Yes, stupid spammers. God damn. Sorry, YouTube. Spammers. God damn.
No, I forgot you were. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you know who she
I
is now?
do, but I just can't.
Are you sure about that?
I do, but I can't
Mm,
think of the original name right now, and it's bothering me.
mm, mm.
Can't. I don't know why. It's bothering me really bad though. But I know who it is.
Mm-hmm.
I
Well,
swear to God, I do.
if you can't, you know, if you don't know who it is, then like, what do you mean? You say you know who she is, but you can't figure out. Make up your mind.
I don't know how to explain. I know. who she is, but I can't think of her name. Like her original name. Like her name before this time.
She was a
Does that
child.
make
She
sense?
is a child of ours. And
I
then,
know.
and then,
That's why
and
I
then,
feel
and then, and then, this is why. This is why I'm the favorite parent.
but, but
Just saying. Just
what?
saying. This is why I'm the favorite parent.
Bullshit. Simple even said I was the one. I was her favorite.
Mm-mm.
So,
She lies.
I'm usually the favorite.
She's lying.
No.
She knows damn well who's her favorite. It's Daddy.
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
It's me.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
Oh, sucks that it's not true.
Fuck off.
Alright, I think I found a way to make this a little bit more efficient.
You know how bad this is gonna bother me?
I know, this is why it's so funny.
I swear I'm not a dick on purpose. I am just a little stupid.
Yeah.
Why can't I? This hurts my brain.
No. You can do it.
Can I though?
Yeah, you should, cause we spoken about her, and
A
wonder where,
lot. That's what I mean.
and we always wonder where she's at.
Yeah, that's why I feel like I swear I know, but it's like my brain is not. I can't.
Well, like I said, I'm not telling you, and you better not say anything, Cherry. Better not say anything. I want her to learn.
It's not like I'm doing this on. God, I feel dumb right now. Jesus Christ.
Hey, get off of there. Get off. Yay. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, you stupid cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you stupid kid. I love you. Ow. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Very much. Yep. Very much. She's very stupid. Ooh, so I was told there was this other world in 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 VR chat that we have to try. So I don't know if it's a real thing. It's most likely it is because, you know, yeah. But my coworker said that I should play Cards Against Humanity in VR chat.
Oh yeah, I saw Cards Against Humanity. I've never played it on there before. We would have to make sure we had like Habs and Cookie. Like we would have to have people. Or do Public World. Because you at least have to have, like, I think 3 or 4
Yeah.
people.
I just want to try it, like go in and just to see how it is and see how it works.
Waifu! Pan! Oh my god, my brain was on like autopilot for like, I could not think. Oh my fucking god. I knew that's who that was. I knew, and I just drawing a blank on the fucking name. I'm such an asshole. If you are still here, I am so sorry. Hi.
Oh,
On this episode of Hex is a massive asshole.
why is
Like,
so funny to
wow.
mess with Hex? Stick around.
You don't understand. I knew that's who that was, and but I
Mhm.
was just like the name absolutely left me, and I could not think. It was the most annoying thing ever. And you were just gonna let me suffer.
Yes,
Such a good boyfriend.
of course.
Thanks, babe. Thanks.
You're welcome. Always here to help.
Just for that. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Okay.
That doesn't
Thankful.
insult me anymore. You don't insult me. Ah, shit.
Don't challenge me, sir.
Eh.
Ouch.
Eh.
Ugh.
What you gonna do?
Don't
What
challenge
you...
a brat.
No.
Don't challenge a brat, dumbass.
Uh-huh. You're a brat? Really? Sure you are.
Uh,
Sure you are.
excuse me, sir. What?
Yeah, sure you are. Definitely a brat.
I've never been so offended. What the fuck? I just got my brat card taken away? What the fuck is this shit? What? What? No. You know what? Fuck this. No. 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 Absolutely not. What? What are you laughing at?
Life.
Mm-hmm.
Life is very funny.
You're gonna get it. I swear to fucking God.
This is just a little drift. It's not perfect. I just want to see if it actually works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's okay. Wow. Really?
Mm-hmm.
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 I'm mad.
I can see that. I don't know why.
Cause you said I wasn't a brat. What the fuck?
I never said that.
Yes, you rolled back the clip. Roll back the clip.
I never said that. Are you sure you're
Somebody,
okay?
somebody,
Are you
somebody
sure
back
you're
me up. Don't.
okay? You sound a little bit,
Mm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh god, the skin is so fucking bright.
Emotional damage.
God damn you.
What? Am I bringing anarchy into your thoughts? Kind of point. Mm,
Damn it.
mm,
It just told me I was trying to click shit too fast. Fuck off.
uh,
Fuck off. You know what? Mm. Mm.
Alright, let's see. What kind of.
You don't have stream stickers on either. What the fuck?
No, my stream stickers are on.
It won't let me do nothing. It says, oops, this broadcaster is either online or not, has not activated stream stickers yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. There it is. It should be. There, refresh the page.
Are you sorry though? I don't
No,
think
I'm
you
not. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry. I'm delighted.
I hope the sticker smacks you in the face.
I mean, you can try. You may not succeed, but you can definitely try.
Ooh, closer.
What kind of outfit should I put for the bubblegum outfit? Oh, should I put a dress on?
You could. If you're going for more of a girly thing.
No, it's just basically just opposite color thing, but I know that people will be like, well, what's another cute little outfit? So I guess I can put a dress on. Just for the views.
Just for the views.
Okay, let me see what kind of dress I can put her in.
Oh wait,
Dresses.
I can play my favorite audio. Wait, wait. I have enough. Wait.
Are you sure?
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. I mean, Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, I mean, Daddy, I mean, Daddy, I mean, Daddy, I mean,
I do hate
Daddy,
that.
I mean.
Why?
I do hate that.
What do you mean?
I added it just for you guys, but I do hate it.
The audio makes me laugh every fucking time. I love it so much. And the fact that it annoys you a little bit also
Of course.
helps. Well, that's what you get for making me suffer.
My name is Anarchy.
Mm. That's how I feel about that.
Yeah, I couldn't grab her earlier.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I do need the food though. Yeah, I could only grab her because she came to me and she just walked a couple steps and flopped down. I'm like, okay, I guess you're not coming with me. She does that to me too. Oh, sorry. Roommate is here.
Hi.
Hex says hi. She's loving the cats. And yeah, I heard, don't worry, I heard that they ain't got nobody got time for that. Mm-hmm. I know. God, I hope this thing doesn't break. I will be mad if it breaks. Okay, let's see. Arm accessories. Just, no, just usually here. There you go. You guys can eat without pawing it. Alright. Putting the finishing touches.
Whoop.
There's gonna be a pink dress. Pink, pink. Pink everything. It's hurting my eyes. People are gonna look at this and be like, why is Anarchy's skin pink? It's like, well, you see, Anarchy has absolutely no common sense in life, and he enjoys being tortured, so.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah. Put your feet out. You act like you don't ever eat. Jesus. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure the cats are not gnawing at each other. Alright, now let's go for the face. I need to put the eyelashes.
Oh, I just can't seem to wake up. Lord have mercy.
Okay, eyelashes. Okay, eyeliner. Mercy liners. Okay, there it is. What else did it needed? Oh yeah, the face paint. It also needed, it needed, the weird ass makeup. Oh god, it looks terrifying with the makeup on. Maybe if I lower the makeup up a little bit. Okay.
I'm in danger.
Yes, you are, Ralph. Yes, you are. Alright, I'm just gonna lower down the makeup a little bit. Because I already have the freckles. I already have so much color on my face. I don't like it. So. Poop.
Even though you said, even though you're being mean to me.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so I guess with this skin, while it's loading, what I can do is make this skin be option 2 for the community thing. You guys can either choose this skin to be revealed or the bunny outfit. So you got 2 skins you can choose from.
That's a hard decision, actually.
Yep. I make sure everything I give is hard.
Don't.
Get it?
Why did you have to word it like that? Why did you have to word it like that?
Oh, because I can.
I love you.
That's what they all say.
Wow, you don't even. You know what? Fucking gonna just throw everything and I'm going the fuck to bed. Fucking shit. Fine.
I'm a,
What?
I'm in an anarchy mood, okay?
When I come and see you, you're getting smacked.
Uh-huh.
That would-
I'm so scared.
You should be.
I think I'll live though.
Rude.
I am.
I'm too tired for this shit. Why do you do this shit to me?
I do it to everybody. Don't worry.
Oh, well. Still, why?
It's fun. It's fun creating internal anarchy.
You're living up to your name,
I
sir.
know. That's the beauty of it. The more you complain, the more funny it is.
Fine, I just won't say nothing then.
Okay. You may pretend, but I know that your inside is just.
I wish you could see me flipping you off.
Eh. Ghastly. Oh my god. Cat just went suicidal.
Uh-oh. What?
I don't know. All I heard was a flop.
Ghastly. No.
Ghastly stupid. It's okay. She's probably just mad because she's over here with my roommate. Alright, let me see if I can blur this out. Because it's kind of bugging me a little bit. Oh, fuck yeah.
Damn it, I need to grab my drink.
The blur tool here in Vroid is really impressive.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's very strong. I'm just doing small little details here. And then I can finish with the shoes. And then this puppy is ready to go. And now you guys have two options. And the more we take along... God, this cat is stupid. The more we take for the days, who knows, maybe we'll add even more outfits and more avatars.
Too many choices? I'm just kidding.
Nah, I'm not gonna say that. I refuse.
But
You
why?
just wasted your points. Just because I don't want to. I declare the
But
5th. I declare the 5th.
why?
Just because.
But but damn it, I don't even have enough channel points for this moment of silence.
Oh my god, this is
But
such a fucking bright. This is too bright. Oh my god.
I
Hmm.
my feelings.
Mmm. Your feelings.
My feelings.
Oh, your feelings.
Don't make. Mm. But, but I redeemed it.
I can refund you.
Then I'm just gonna hit you if you do, or I'll keep spamming it till you say it.
Do it.
Please.
Refund you? Yeah, I'll refund you.
No, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry for being a brat and throwing a fit. Please.
Alright. I love you.
Yay, thank you.
You're
Love
welcome.
you too.
And now you can't take it back. So,
Hmm.
alright. The bubblegum anarchy is officially saving.
Yay.
Alright. Now, should I test? I'm gonna test it, but for that, I have to hide myself. So I'm gonna test it on VC Face, and hopefully it doesn't, you know, look weird. It already hurts my eyes, but I can see
Oh god.
this being probably simple or Nixie's favorite.
Oh hell yeah, for sure.
Yeah, oh, too bright, but the eyes. Oh my god, the eyes get me.
I'm excited to see now. And it probably will be Nixie and Simple's favorite.
Yeah, it definitely will because looks it looks very girly. Too girly for me.
Doing it for the views, babe. Doing it for the views.
Doing it for the views, doing it for the followers, giving the followers what they want. More content for their fan pictures.
Yes.
I welcome that kind of chaos.
Oh hell yeah.
So, do you wanna try playing something before I head to bed?
We can.
We can. We can play Dead by Daylight, or we can play. Or we can boot up on VR. We can play. What else can we play? We can play Overwatch. Nah, Overwatch is too. Ugh.
I'm a little too tired for Overwatch.
No. What are you in the mood for?
I don't really care either way. Why are you making me make decisions?
Because you didn't wake up.
Damn you.
Hey, I'm making time work, okay? I go to work later. I'm making this so we can spend some time before you go to work.
Well,
Because you and I we actually work at the same time, so.
Yeah, I know. That's why when you're like before I'm like, I don't work till noon.
Yeah.
I just get out a couple hours later than you.
Yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah, which sucks because I looked because I'm like, wait, why do I work 12 to 8? And I realized what I'm doing today, and I want to jump off a cliff a little bit.
Well, by the time you get out, that's probably around the same time we're getting out of the gym, because today we're definitely going to the gym. We're going back at it. Yeah. An entire month without going to the gym. So we have to try. And, you know.
Oh, I can't make decisions. Either way, I'm gonna have to get up because I'm literally still laying in bed.
Well, it's up to you. We can play either customs or do survivor challenges, or we can just go to VR and do some weird shit.
You don't have a preference? Just because I don't think I'll be online. I don't know.
Stop hurting yourself. I don't know. I don't know if Nixie or anybody else is in here. Whoever's in here, can you make the vote tiebreaker?
It's not even a tiebreaker, it's just my brain no work.
I know.
Do you think your computer could handle VR? Or
Yeah. I just had to close everything else. I gotta close Dixper. Because I have actually Dixper on. Boop. Now I do not have Dixper on.
You what? This whole fucking time. This whole fucking time.
Yep.
You know what? I don't know if I want to do anything. God damn it. What was that about not being able to take it back now?
Well, I
No, I definitely. I was gonna say unless a DBD would be easier for you to do, but now I just want to go on VR chat so I can smack you.
That's fine with me. I don't care.
Expert on this whole fucking time. I bought bits to keep spamming noises at you and
Yep. Don't worry. I watched. I saw. Here. I don't know if you can hear the stream, but here. Let me look for it. Now, where is it?
I just realized with VR though, that means I have to get up to my computer.
You had to get up for either. You said it yourself.
Well, I have to at least get up to turn the Xbox on, but I could play while I'm sitting in bed, to be honest.
Do you want to play Dead by Daylight then?
I don't know what I want. I want to smack you.
Well, you can still smack me as a killer.
Oh fuck no. Wait, no, 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 no. Absolutely not.
Okay, then I guess it's VR. What you want me to do? Just I just need to find my other control.
We'll play DVD next time.
Well, I'm gonna play it tonight once I get out of work.
Oh shit, yeah, you're right. Wait,
So,
shit, what time? Hang on.
ah,
You have it written down. I can't remember what I work
Harpy,
Thursday.
son of a bitch. I get up for 1 second, 1 second, and you climb on my chair just so I can sit down and sit on you, bro. You're a
Don't
dickhead.
worry.
I'm sorry. I'm fighting with Harpy.
And
She's being a dick.
ew, I work at 9 a.m. on Thursday. What the fuck? They need to make up their mind if they want to have me work evenings or mornings. They really do.
Go to sleep, Harpy.
I'm up at the customer service desk today, and I don't want to do it. I really don't.
Alright, give me a second. I'm putting my VR headset on since you don't want to get on Dead by Daylight.
It's not that I don't, it's just I don't. I still gotta get up anyway. I don't know what I want.
I know. This is why I torture you until you make up your mind and decide what you want.
Because Dead by Daylight would be fun too, but I don't really want to do custom.
I am doing my pee-pee dance. Guess I gotta go pee-pee.
Go pee. I'll grab my VR headset.
Well, I'm setting up the VR first. You have new people to... I don't want new people to follow. God!
Well, damn.
It's like telling me to follow people in VR. I'm like, no, I
Oh,
don't.
yeah.
I don't want to do that. Alright, I really can't set it up. I gotta go pee. Meet me in VR?
Huh?
Do you meet me in VR? Or do you want to stay in the call?
I can meet you in VR.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I can meet you in VR.
Alright, meet me in VR. I'll be right back.
Alright.
Alright, bye!
Bye.
I'm going to start setting up for the VR chat. Hold on. Holy shit. Okay. This is a story of a girl. My face looks so weird because it can't do any facial tracking. And she's my eyes. Don't know why this always glitches. Fuck. Gotta restart this motherfucker again. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me a little bit. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix this stuff. It glitched again.
Did it glitch your stream?
No, not my stream. More like my chats. It won't make them pop like how they're supposed to be. So now I have to make this bigger over here. Literally can only see my desktop. Okay. Alright, you can look for a game while I try and fix this.
I couldn't hear. It was glitching really bad in here.
That you can start getting this.
Were you wanting to do
Whatever you like while I fix this.
the Cards Against Humanity or
yeah, whatever you like. I just want to really get this. Don't know why it's giving me this problem.
I don't know why this world's giving us issues. It shouldn't be. What the fuck? Lord. Alright. Hang on. What the hell? It keeps, like, freezing and distorting for me.
Oh. Could be the... You know, could it be the thing?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Where is the one?
Okay. I feel like maybe this will be a little better now.
I'm just trying to find it.
You're fine. While we're waiting. So I saw some cool quest accessories that I will eventually get. What I'm trying to get right now is a way to get the Murphy bed while making payments. So I'll probably will have to see if there's any Murphy beds in not Best Buy though. Rent a Center. And see if they have it. And this is after I pay off the Xbox. Once the Xbox is completely paid off, I'll have that extra money for the computer and for this, which I find, you know, it's a good deal. Do you need my help?
I gotta. Okay, just let me know when you're ready so I can drop it, because I did find it.
Don't know why this just...
It's just the world itself isn't very,
Don't know why this is... God, my fucking computer's so fucking slow.
I got the world favorited, so let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm just adding tags because it, for some reason, erased all my tags.
It did that to me the other day.
I put English, Vtuber, comfy, cozy, friendly, 21 plus. Alright. Apparently I'm unstable now. Awesome. What do I have open that it shouldn't be open? Alright, I'll take Discord out. Turn off Discord. Okay. So I don't have Discord there no more. I will get rid of
What it
the extra tabs. Worry about me. I'm just gonna... I'm trying to find a way for my thing not to also look weird. And since I can literally see my desktop right now. All my VR set. Okay. Ah. Okay. You can go ahead and open it.
all good?
Yep.
Okay. Alright.
Alright, let's test this out. Okay, I like the trigger warning. The trigger warning is pretty funny. Hold on a second. Look at it.
Of course, man.
It looks like they might be in the middle of a game.
Oh, am I the guy?
I'd
Okay.
rather have a guy with lung cancer be president than our
Oh, okay, thanks.
over there.
Alright, take this.
Blank is why I need feminism. Definitely cock.
Okay, maybe that was the worst choice I probably made. Dude, I had way better options.
For real?
There's two seats.
I know. I'm just
Yeah.
I don't know.
trying to lower the volumes because they're a little bit too loud.
Okay, I don't think.
JK, just lower down your go to your settings and lower down your shaders or whatever it's called.
Ow.
It's something in there. You'll see it. So why is feminine needed? What?
Dude, you're not the card czar, bro. Shut the hell up.
I'm asking him
crap, I forgot I was
it
it.
needed. Hurry up!
That beats me. Oh crap.
Tsunoya, I love you!
Okay, shut the hell up.
Bro, where's Makoto, bro?
Yo, let's go.
Yo, let's go. Peter Griffin, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, freaking sweet alone. Yeah, this is probably the most awkward.
Hey, quit making it awkward. You
Okay,
fucking
clearly
cock.
No one's saying anything. I'm kind of weird there.
I haven't gotten the chance, but I've always wanted to. What? Dude, my cars are going insane right now. Where are they going?
What the hell does this mean? Okay, sure.
Your card has been played.
Stop twerking, bro. Get back in your post. God damn. Throwing all that ass at me, bro. I'm Kirby,
That's
bro.
crazy. That's crazy, bro.
I don't really have any good cards.
Oh.
No, no! I had a good call,
Yeah.
but I didn't get
Yes.
Oh shit.
That's what I've always wanted to.
I was fixing my settings, man.
What would you...
None of these even make sense.
Why is it because bacon is an option? Not even spelled correctly.
You're spelling correctly, bro.
What the hell,
Oh, my mom's,
Hella
bro.
short.
Hey,
That's
why
fucking
don't you
big
do
for a short
anything,
person, bro.
babe?
Bro,
I guess
Bro, I'm Kirby. I can literally mess your life up right now, bro.
Check me up, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, like
I
Uno,
know,
pretty
but
much.
it's not.
Throw it in. Pick! Please!
It's not letting me. It's not letting me pick.
Same either.
Oh,
It's
because
not
it's like
letting
at the
me
end of the
pick.
round. You'll be able to pick next round. Oh,
Hey,
yes,
guys,
sir!
it says here my
On God.
resolution is
I
that
love
on
stroking
mobile,
camels, guys.
How do I increase it? It doesn't want to increase with me. The graphics quality is mobile. How? How do I like increase it from mobile to something that just says mobile?
I don't know, buddy. Wish I could help you.
What the fuck?
So, the weather, right? Pretty fucking cold.
Shut the hell up, bro.
Dude, I'm trying to make conversation topics. Ain't nobody want to say
70
shit.
degrees is cold? Shut the hell up, bro. Get your goofies up.
It's not even 70 degrees, bro. It's
Yeah,
90,
it is,
bro.
I didn't
even say anything about. I did not. I did not. I did not say anything about being cold, bro. When?
We just did, bro.
Bro, shut your goofy stuff up. I will IP
You said
ban
it was
you, bro.
cold as hell, bro. Talk about
Bro,
70
you're gonna be
degrees.
banned off my Minecraft realm, bro.
What?
You wanna try to do, you know?
It's just not.
Yeah,
It's just not.
Yo, what is opacity, bro? Yo, what is opacity? Something's called opacity.
I'm not sure, buddy. Pick a card.
What did you say I should need to do? What did you say I need to decrease?
It's like you're in your settings, right?
Yes.
Let me see. So you go to performance, the performance tab, and then you scroll down, and then
Okay.
graphics quality, right? And you can set it to whatever you have it
It's
comfortable.
not letting me either.
Yeah, it doesn't want to change, bro. Like I click on it, it doesn't change. It says mobile.
I don't know. You probably have a shit computer. I'm not sure. If anything,
Bro, this is a fucking Oculus 2, like.
It's not letting me leave.
Yeah, me neither.
damn.
I don't. I guess.
Maybe it's too good for fucking this game. I don't know.
Yo, who did that? Who did that?
Hey, who did that, bro?
Get.
There's a glitch in the system.
Hold on, this cat doesn't.
Number 12.
Did you say you wanted to do private or?
Yeah. I can beat you to it.
What are you looking at? Get out my face, bruh.
I got it. I got
Fuck
it.
out your other eye, bruh.
I'm trying to leave, but it's not letting me like
Yeah.
press the button.
It won't.
Well, that person left.
Yeah, we're trying to go to.
See you later.
Bro, I'm on fucking 20 FPS. What the fuck? Shit, man.
Running on one.
Bro, these are fucking Minecraft movements, man. What the fuck?
I'm not sure why or how you're on 20 FPS, but I helped you all I could. I don't know.
Does the ping has something to do with it? Like,
That could be a possibility, yeah. But at the same time, you'd only be lagging and not like.
Okay. Alright. Now this is more of a familiar space. Okay.
I didn't mean to press join. I meant to drop a portal.
Oh, yeah. I know
And
what
then,
you mean.
yeah.
Alright, let me stop. Okay. Let's do it.
Alright, I think I got everything checked.
You
Let
do have to move
me
this, though.
reduce motion. Okay. Damn. Already off to a not so good start.
What?
Oh, okay.
Well, you need to give me a second because I want to make sure what other cards I have. So I'm spreading them out real quick. Okay. 7. Shit, do I even have a 7? No, I do not have a 7.
Yeah, well, we're both stuck.
Great. Why do you always have to break the game?
Oh, now I finally.
Wait, I have my freaking
I
drink here.
didn't break it.
My drink. Then if you didn't break it, why is it still on 7?
Listen, I don't have anything.
Okay.
Now I do.
Okay, I can work with that. Damn it. Don't start with me. This is why I do not throw. Ooh, wait.
Bruh, what? This isn't even fair. What the hell? What? Oh, it was your turn. I just wasted a card. Oh god.
Alright. I'll be nice. I'll be nice.
Make sure my cards didn't like fall. Okay, cool, cool.
Oh shoot, right, I forgot. Sorry.
Hang on. Oh lord, my cards are all. Oh, you bastard.
Sorry. I'm sure you have one of them.
Eh. Ah, shit. I don't know why I try to go when it's your turn. There.
Okay.
Why? Why?
I forgot to press it,
Why?
so if that helps. I kinda...
Lately.
Yeah. Oh, that does help me too. Ooh, yes.
I'm getting revenge.
Please do.
How many do you have?
I'm sure you have more than me.
I don't want to talk about it.
There you go.
Shit, and I fucked up. I fucked up. Hang on.
Okay. Ooh.
I have so many cards I can't even tell what all I have.
That's why I like separating it by color. Blue. Oh, yellow. Oh, what was that? Oh, that was a 7. Close enough. No. finally. Ooh. Fancy. You really want to change? No. I need to get rid of my cards.
Yes.
It's my turn.
So do I. Oh shit. Damn it. Actually, you know what? Out of spite.
Perfect.
Bro. God damn it. The one time I don't have any yellow. God damn it. It's your turn.
My turn.
Please, somewhere I have to have. Okay, wait. I can still save this.
Okay, these cards are not letting me draw. Okay.
God damn. Oh, whoa, what the hell?
You.
Oh no, my controller died. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
I guess I have to go and look.
No, you don't.
Can I go? Can I just take
I will leave. Oh, shit. Hang on.
I'm just gonna give these guys a close up of you with a broken arm.
Shit.
The contortion.
God damn it. Hang on. What the hell? I might actually have to go out and grab batteries.
You just threw
No,
your card. And you're
what?
grabbing one. Now you threw the
Oh,
other
it's
one.
because it's picking up my hand. It's picking up. It's picking up my hand tracking. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's one way to do it. Okay. But no, I keep pressing shit and I'm not trying to. Oh god. Okay, hang on.
I swear, guys, she was like this when I found her. Possessed? Oh, wow, really possessed. Oh, she's riding the stool, guys. Should I play a card for her or what? Let's go and get some music.
Uh. Oh god. Why am I on the floor? Oh lord. Help. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh my god, okay. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on. I'm trying to set.
You look very creepy. Did you take pictures?
No, I should have. No, I'm trying to put some music. As you can see in my hand, I'm scrolling down all my music. So we can rock on with actual rock on music. But you can play your card. It's supposed to be your turn, right?
No, it's your turn now. I'm waiting for you.
Okay.
You had to draw.
Give me a second here. I can do both. I can do both. I can do both. Let's see. Number one. No, I cannot.
God damn it.
Seriously, what was trying to put music
I
here?
don't have anything.
just doing this on purpose.
I'm not. I wish I was.
Why would you wish that? Finally, thank you.
Because I have like 10 cards. 9 cards now.
Give me a second here. Okay. Wait, no, not that.
You smiled that time.
Yeah, mine does this.
There he goes.
I forgot I got the headset over my neck.
Rude. Oh. Ooh. Asshole. Did I bring my drink over here? Of course I didn't. It's all the way back by my bed. Too much work. Wait, hang on. Actually, wait. Wait, never mind. You better stop. Holy shit, it's already 6:30. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I broke my hand. Okay. Tiny. Ow. I just smacked my headset, don't mind me. Oop, shit. Didn't mean to go inside your head. Oh. Oop. You don't scare me. Oh. You just jiggle my tits. Rude. You want to play one more? Or nah? And that sounds like a you problem. Okay, I'm going. I'm going. No, I wish. I don't get a 3. Get back. Get. You're fine. No, it's fine. Oh, I just had to stretch. Too late. I have to change it. Except it and stupid. God damn it. Ah, shit. God damn it. No. You know, fuck it. Too late.
Pick up the file!
Yo.
What's up?
If I actually had another card that would go with it, yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me now? I forgot. I forgot that this thing didn't switch the audio automatically. But hi again, now that you can hear me a little bit better. Name's Anarchy. If you want to be my gothic kitten son, that is your gothic bat mom. Alright, what is it? Number 2, of course. I feel like she's playing with me right now, guys. Yay! We're always welcome to little gothic ones, little normies, whatever you are. We appreciate and love ya. Cutest Wolf Pup, welcome! Hi, I'm Anarchy. That's Hex. And this is us playing Uno. How you doing? Can I be your daughter? Oh my god, we're getting a lot of children today. We're getting busy tonight, Hex. Hey, yes. We welcome everyone who's looking for someone to be part of our lives. You know it's my turn, right?
I was wondering why that wasn't
All I see is you struggling. I'm saying my greetings. I'm saying hello. As you can see, your mom, she's not old there. So, how are you guys doing today? Or tonight, whatever your time zone is. How you guys are? Fuck you. Okay. She threw my groove. I don't want to be your son, but I'll just be support here. Why? You said you wanted to be my son. Now you don't want to be my son? I feel hurt. You're not over me, don't be shy. Can you name me Dothica? Is that your name? Dothica? That's actually cool. Are you finally winning?
You ruined it.
Yay! Alright, well, hello, Dothica. Hopefully I'm saying it right.
There's a streamer by the name of Gothica.
Not Gothica,
it was my
Dothica.
turn.
Oh, was it?
my
Oh.
turn. It was
Oh,
my
look at the...
turn.
I'm sorry, I've been playing with you for too long. Your thingies are... Hi. So how you guys doing? Tell me about you. Do you guys like VTubing? Are you VTubers? Do you guys stream? What games do you like? Feel free to say anything you like. She and I, we are also Mommy, can you give me head pats? They're asking for head pats. Well, I'll do you one here. Since she doesn't have like what here. Here you go. I'm giving Mommy head pats just from you, Dothica. Now it's on. Okay, what was it? It's a 4. Why? Why? Hold on a second. Four. Still no. I'm still not getting... Oh, wait. Never mind, it's not my turn. God, fuck. I didn't want to use that. Didn't want to use it. I was wanted to use it at the end. Why is Mommy so evil? That's... Well, your mommy has issues. In her defense, I'm the evil one. So... And she's getting revenge. Okay, she's getting revenge. Since I was kicking her ass earlier. I gotta fix my camera. Alright, okay, I guess I can do this. 1. Oh fuck, never mind. It's your turn. Hurry up.
Oh, shit.
But this is what happens when you play with me. Uno, I tend to bring the evil in, you know. And I just won. This is our 3rd game, and she hasn't won yet. Dothica is asking if Mommy, can you protect her?
sure.
Sure. That doesn't sound very reassuring. What kind of mother are you?
Sorry.
Damn.
Sorry, I was trying to do something. Wait.
Hmm.
No.
What? Are you scared?
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm stuck.
Say. M is my dad. Well, you wanted me to be your dad. I can be your dad. I am the VTuber dad for anyone who feels lost and needs support. We are here for that. I am founder of The Lost Souls Galore, and Hex here, she's my co-chairman of it, so she is the mommy. Us dating has nothing to do with it. I'm kidding.
Sure it doesn't. Sure it doesn't. God damn it.
I hit the the draw button by mistake. Cause I have a card right here. Of course I can give you head pats. She left. I think her battery just died. I don't know. Can you see? Can you see me? Huh. That was weird. Hello. You left. Okay, maybe I left because I'm invincible right now. Oh wow, that's glitchy. We don't really add people into bios like that. We do have our Discord, which we open once in a while. Now, oh my god, this thing is just ugh. But like I was saying, we do have a Discord. We don't open it right away. We let you feel it out, feel the streams, feel the people who come in and everything. And once everybody's comfortable and everybody, you feel like you're ready for that step, then the Discord is available. But of course, if you come in, support the stream, support the people, everybody's gonna know that you are a child of ours. You have many brothers and sisters, and they all drop by. Right, Nyx should be here, I believe. I don't know if I think she fell asleep. Okay. I think now it's better. Okay. Alright. So, Hex's headset died. Sadly, I believe. I'm not surprised because you never charge your stuff, so it's okay. It's okay. For future reference, charge your stuff. I actually have my headset charged, but I don't know how much it has left. My headset is at 45 and my controls are from 50 to 60. Oh yes, please. If you are a minor, I do apologize, but we are a adult area. So if you are lower, a very baby, I will appreciate. I do apologize, but yeah, there's certain rules here. So yeah. Do you want me to wait for you, Hex, or you want to just go back to bed? It feels like a shallow victory, even though I was gonna win, because I had 2 cards and I was gonna basically skip you and do the rest. But can we go to McDonald's? I'm hungry. I'm going to McDonald's at noon, so I'll save you some chicken nuggets. It's almost 7, so I should nap for a few hours. Okay. Go get your nap. I'll be here for like a little bit, catch up, and then go to bed because, like I said, I also go to work at 12. Don't be sorry. We catched up. You're fine. Don't be sorry. I just realized though. There we go. Okay. I know no one talks to me on my YouTube, but just in case, I had to pull the chat up. So if you give me 1 second here, I am gonna get out of the VR, and I'll switch to my normal VTuber, and well, this is my VTuber, but I mean like, switch it up. All right. I love you. I'll kick your ass. Sure you will. Sure you will. I believe you. I have complete utter faith in you. I will. I'll stay. I'm gonna stay for a little bit longer. I'm just gonna switch from VR and probably do something else. I was playing Uno with her, and I don't have any friends here that I can trust. So give me 1 second. Sorry, my yeah, whatever. Just give me 1 second. We'll switch things out and we can even watch something. So give me a minute.
Alright. Now. Daddy's here. I'll talk to you later, Bim. Have a good day at work, too. I'll text you once I'm done with the gym and everything. But yes, Pup, I do have one rule, which is the most important rule, though. If you're a minor, I do not agree. I don't want people to babies, little kids. I sound young, but I'm in my 30s. Our content is really adult content, so if you're a minor, I will love you forever. Just remember, certain streams are not gonna be for you. If you're adult, or, you know, younger adult, to whatever, 21 and up, then you are free and welcome to come to the streams, like any times. I gotta just close this. Yes. Through you can see so clear. It could be demons and my biggest fears. Where another way, only I do. I don't know why this is acting up a little bit. I play horrors. Can well, I am a ghost. All you're gonna get is cold air. Oh man, if my VTuber maker was actually working. Oh, I'm not saying that you can't, you know, be here. It's just if you're a minor, then my advice would be not to be here. I would rather not you be here because of the content. That is a rule. That is a very important rule for me. And if you are legal age, perfect. I don't mind. I do have to set this thing up so I can actually see my people in YouTube. What the hell? Okay, so let me read. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my YouTube right now. Not looking. Give me 1 second. Wait 1 second. Wait me 1 second. What was I watching before? Mr. You know what? I'll get Mr. Ballin, because I haven't really watched Mr. Ballin in a while. Like I said, can you please tell me at least your age? Because being extra cuddly, even though it's cute, I just, yeah. You do understand, right? Alright, I haven't seen Mr. Ballin in a long ass time. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
In order to appreciate today's story, I actually have to give something away right now. and that is the main character
21?
survives.
Okay,
The
alright.
reason I have to tell you that
As long
is
as you're
because during
older.
this story, there is a really
As long as you're
intense
older.
event that happens, and I use really specific descriptions for how something looked, how something felt, how something smelled,
Alright.
and if you didn't know, I was
I
pulling
trust-
that from the survivor who lived to tell the tale. You might think I was just making it up, but
And
I'm
believe
not.
me, if I have my
But
VTuber
before we get
maker,
into that
you will be able
story,
to actually give
if
me
you're a
pets.
fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format,
I don't
then
have
you come to
anything
the
else
right
that you can
place
give me
because that's all we
pets.
do, and we upload
Sadly.
once a week. So, if that's of interest to you,
But you can
the
throw
next
stuff
time
at
the
me.
like button asks you to pick up some cereal
throw
for them,
stuff at me
say yes,
and
and then go to the store and buy the
dress
big
me up.
single biscuit shredded wheat cereal. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our
Oh,
weekly
his green
uploads.
screen is
Okay,
really
let's get
bugging
into
me.
today's story. On July 19th, 2013, 49-year-old Matt Dyer climbed on board a tiny 19-seat Twin Otter airplane that was parked on the tarmac of the Montreal International Airport in Canada. Matt was about to take off on the first of 2 flights that would take him and 7 other adventurous people deep into one of the most remote and wild regions in North America.
see.
For Matt, this trip was going to be the most
Are
amazing
you
journey
big
of his
on
life. He had seen the ad for
I
this
do
2-week-long
like
expedition about a year earlier when he was looking through a magazine put out by an environmental organization called the Sierra Club. Now, even though Matt was a lawyer, he didn't make much money. He lived in this tiny town in central Maine where he made a living by offering either free or very low-cost legal assistance for some of the state's
I always
poorest
wanted to
residents.
go to
But
Maine.
Matt was an avid outdoorsman, and when he saw the opportunity to explore one of Canada's newest national parks that was so far north it was practically in the Arctic Circle, he decided the hefty $6,000 price tag was well worth it. 2.5 hours later, after flying over 900 miles due north away from the airport in Montreal, the Twin Otter airplane that Matt and the others were riding on touched down on a narrow gravel landing strip situated between this huge forest on a mountainside and a river on the other side. After climbing off the plane with all of their equipment, Matt and the 7 others hustled their way over to the stretch of flimsy plywood buildings that lined the runway. These buildings and this entire area they were in was not
That
a
looks
part
really bad.
of this new national park they were going to. This was like their staging area to prepare and get ready before catching another flight that would bring them into the park. And so Matt and the 7 other people he was with, which included the 2 trip leaders from the Sierra Club, they would stay at this temporary base camp for the next couple of days, going over their hiking routes and talking about emergency procedures and protocols. And then after those 2 days were up, the group felt like they were ready. And so the group packed up all their things and they boarded the tiny float plane out on the water that would take them to their final destination, this new Canadian national park, better known as the Torngat Mountains. 45 minutes later, the pilot of the float plane began to descend through the clouds to make their landing on a little water inlet. And as the pilot did that, Matt and the 7 others were able to look out the window and actually see the Torngat Mountains for the first time. Now, all of them had seen dozens and dozens of pictures of this area, but seeing it for the first time in person was still
I do need
shocking.
to have a little sound
The area
about
looks like
because
an alien planet.
it never alerts me when
The
some
wilderness
3D
in and
I
around
had
the
to take-
Torngats is not
I
the
had to
same
take
kind
that.
of wilderness we think of when we think about going hiking in the forest or going camping or something. No. The wilderness in the Torngats is primordial. It's like you're looking out at a place from the very beginning of time. Like dinosaurs
honestly,
should
her
be walking
stream
around this
schedule
area.
is more
As far as
different than
Matt
I-
could see,
I
in
try
any
to stream
direction were these
mostly every
huge,
day if I
jagged
can.
mountains that had been carved out of the earth by
She's
glaciers hundreds of
depending
thousands of
on
years ago.
how much
And
she
those
can
same
take
glaciers had created
sensory-wise.
hundreds of waterways between
maybe
the mountains called
tonight
fjords that
she'll
almost looked like
stream with me?
blue-veined
I'm not sure.
fingers. And even from high up in the plane, Matt could look down and the water of these fjords were so clear that he could see these speckled backs of brown trout swimming
have to
beneath the
ask
surface. But while this landscape was
I actually have my
undoubtedly
schedule up
spectacularly beautiful
with,
and pristine and totally incredible, it was equal parts unwelcoming
There might
to
be a
people.
chance she
There are
was
no
right.
roads in the
Chocolate!
Torngats. There are no
Chocolate!
facilities. There's an emergency cell phone. And the weather is unbearable. cold and wet most of the time, and then even when it's a little bit warm and a little bit nice there,
Especially my
the
stream
weather
tonight,
can change
yes.
in an instant and become freezing cold and wet all over
Tonight
again.
we'll most
And
likely
so,
will
as
play
such,
some Dead by
the
Daylight
handful
with a
of
friend.
visitors that go into this area
Surprise her.
every year are expected to be 100% self-reliant, because this really is one of the most dangerous wild
gonna try and
regions in
stream
the world.
one day,
But
yes,
for
one
Matt,
day
as he
no,
looked
one
out
day
his
yes,
window
one
and
day
surveyed
no.
this landscape,
Change my
he
schedule
wasn't
a little
second guessing his decision to go into this hostile environment. No. I mean,
Oh,
the reason he was
no,
willing to
boy.
fork over all
Why?
that money to go on this trip
Why
is
must you
because
do
he really
this to
wanted to experience extreme wilderness
Okay,
firsthand.
I'll put
And
the
so
timer.
finally, the
I'll put the
pilot of the float plane came into land on this little water inlet, and then the pilot ferried the craft over to this beach, and then Matt
Chocolate!
and others piled
Chocolate!
off,
That is very
Chocolate!
There we go. 30 minutes. I cannot say that.
And a 60-year-old woman named Marta Chase told the group to pick up their things and follow them. And so Rich and Marta led the hikers about 500 feet away from where they had just been dropped off, up to this slightly elevated, mostly flat area
Are you
that
guys
kind
liking
of
my
overlooked the
buttons?
fjord and had this incredible view of all the mountains around them. Now, unlike the temporary base camp they had been at for
They
the
do
past
have a
couple
weird
of days,
combination.
this camp was nowhere near any forests. They were basically on a wide open plain that kind of went right up into these mountains. So it's very wide open where they're staying. And so after Rich and Marta instructed the group where to set up their tents, Matt and the others got to doing that, and then after they were all set up, Rich and Marta put a small electric fence around the perimeter of their tents to keep any nosy animals out, and then the group headed up a little bit higher on this mountain near them to take their first group photo. And in this photo, they all look so happy and so excited for what's to come. And over the next couple of
Yes.
days, their trip would go exactly to plan.
Yes,
During the
does it?
daytime hours, they would hike all of their pre-planned hiking routes all over the mountains and down near the water. And at night, they would eat their food and drink fresh water from the fjord and swap stories from back home. But their perfect trip was about to become a nightmare. I've been married to my wife, Amanda, for nearly 12 years, and I just love her
You
so
know,
much. She's so
what's the
thoughtful,
best
so
part
kind,
of
an
getting
amazing
cold
mother, and so this Christmas,
is when
I
you get
wanted
to
to get her
snuggle
something extra
in a
special
really
to show
thick
her how much I
blanket
care. And what's more special than a
just-
pet, middle-aged
just,
rabid
like,
skunk?
relax.
And so me and old Lungy hopped
That's
on my
very
nuclear-powered laptop and began slapping away at the keys to navigate to an online vendor that sold rab skunks. But as soon as I clicked on the link, www.wesellrabbitskunksandalsopudding.com, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. That website was riddled with malware, and so immediately my laptop began to melt down and literally exploded. Luckily, Lungy shielded me from the blast, and then after the nuclear winter had subsided, Lungy put on... And then after the nuclear winter had subsided, Lungy put on his traditional gakti and he said, Lopeta uden drayekeshen, ayutaninen, rokeshta roidi nordvpnele. Which of course in Finnish means, stop causing nuclear explosions. Sign up for NordVPN. A VPN, or virtual private network, is a service that keeps you safe while you browse the internet. And NordVPN is the brand name in the space.
Oh,
Not only will
it's so
NordVPN keep all of your information safely behind their wall of next-generation encryption, but also, most importantly, they will block malware hosting websites along with annoying ads and botnet control. So, if you're tired of your Christmas shopping turning into nuclear explosions, then take Lungy's advice and sign
I'm
up
sorry,
for
but
NordVPN
I'm
today.
screaming
Right
that
now, you
frog's
can get
name
a
was
2-year plan at a
so
huge
fucking
discount,
stupid.
plus 4 additional months for free with Nord's, or
Alright, there you go.
in the early evening hours of Tuesday, July 23rd, so 2 days after the group arrived in the Torngat Mountains, Matt and the others returned from one of their hikes. Now, the day
See,
had been
I'm
cold and
starting to get
rainy,
hungry.
but the group was in good spirits. This was their last day at this particular camping spot. The next morning, they were going to pack up and head farther inland to their next camping spot. After Matt and the others had put their gear back inside of their tents, they came back out to see that Rich and Marta, the 2 trip leads, had organized a special feast for the group to celebrate the successful beginning of their trip. And so the
Oh,
group
and
all
if you
sat
guys have
around
any
eating
questions
salami
about
and
my channel
crackers and
points,
drinking rum mixed with
let me know.
lemonade
There's
as they
some
talked
that I
excitedly
don't think
about
I
the next
put a
couple of
description
days
on.
and what they could expect. At some point during the festivities, Matt was tired, and so he broke away from the group. He climbed back inside of his tent, got inside of his sleeping bag, and before long, he was fast asleep. A few hours later, around 3:30 in the morning, Matt suddenly woke up. He had no idea what had woken him up, and so for a second, he just lay there listening to the outside world and just kind of staring straight up. Now, the moon was out that night, so there was some illumination, and as he looked straight up at the underside of his tent, he sees this huge figure move across the side of his tent and then stop right on top of him. And then before Matt's brain could process what was happening, this huge figure began pressing down on the fabric of Matt's tent. And so he's seeing his tent collapsing in on him. Matt's not doing anything. He's not saying anything. He's just watching in horror. And then suddenly the tent rips open and these two arms reach into the tent and they grab at Matt. And Matt threw his hands up in defense and screamed out for help. And as he did that, he suddenly felt this vice-like grip on the top of his head. And then before long, he was being pulled out of the hole in his tent out into the night. And as Matt is being dragged along on the ground, having no idea what's going on, he can't move. All he can hear is this crunching sound, which he would later find out was the sound of his skull and jaw breaking. And he started to smell this horrible rotten fish smell. And then he felt what felt like saliva coming over his face. And then Matt began kind of trying to look around because he couldn't really move his head. And he noticed all he could see was white fur. And it was then that Matt realized he was in the jaws of one of the world's most powerful and deadliest predators. Standing 10 feet tall on its hind legs and weighing as much as 1,700 pounds, the North American polar bear sits right on top of the Arctic food chain. And now this apex predator was dragging Matt by the skull down to the beach where Matt knew he would be eaten, even if Matt was still alive when the eating began. When the bear first ripped open Matt's tent and bit down on the top of his skull, Matt let out that scream, and it actually woke up the entire camp.
I do have
and one of the first people to emerge from their tents to see what was going on was one of the trip leaders, Marta. And so she jumps out of her tent, and just 3 feet away from her, she sees this huge polar bear on its hind legs diving into the tent to get after Matt. And so Marta instinctively yells out to Rich to get his flare gun, and she dove back into her tent to retrieve her own flare gun. But by the time she and Rich had both emerged, gun in hand, this polar bear had already dragged Matt 200 feet away from the camp. And by this point, the other hikers in the group had also emerged from their tents, and after realizing what was going on, they just stood there, absolutely paralyzed with shock, staring at this bear dragging one of their companions down to the beach to be killed. Then, after Rich fired his flare gun generally in the direction of the bear, it kind of snapped the group out of their paralysis, and then moments later, they were all screaming and banging pots and pans to try to terrify the bear into releasing Matt from its jaws. Matt couldn't hear the sounds of his companions calling out to try to save him, nor did Matt feel any pain. He was in shock. The only thing going through Matt's head as he was being dragged along the ground to the beach was, I'm going to die. I'm either going to die on the way to the beach, or when I get there, then when the bear starts eating me, I'm going to die. And when he thought about this, it was with a kind of eerie, calm detachment. Like he wasn't sad or mad. It was just kind of a fact. This was going to happen. But as Matt was kind of making peace with his reality, Rich fired that flare gun shot, and that ball of chemical fire exploded basically right in front of the polar bear's face. And the polar bear, who was startled by the flare, instinctively whipped its head to the side, up, and then down again, and it didn't let go of Matt. And so Matt was whipped like a rag doll up, and then was slammed down into the ground. And when Matt hit the ground, he heard the sound of his neck breaking. But as Matt was laying there, the bear released him from its jaws, and then behind Matt, the bear turned around and began walking away. And so Matt could hear the sound of its big paws moving away from him, and suddenly Matt's thinking, oh my God, I might survive this. And so he tried to lay as still as he possibly could so as not to attract any attention, and he began repeating in his head over and over and over again, please bear, go away, please bear, go away. But as if out of a horror movie, As Matt is laying there repeating this phrase, he hears the sound of this bear stopping, turning around, and start moving back towards him. And so Matt's just thinking, okay, it's going to come back over here, it's going to bite my head, and that's the end. But luckily, Rich, by this point, one of the trip leads, had run down closer to the beach, reloaded his flare gun, and right as this bear was going to bite Matt again, Rich had fired that flare, and once again, the chemical fire had kind of exploded right near the bear, causing it to get startled. It turned around, it ran off, and this time the bear did not return. It would turn out Rich and Marta, the two trip leaders from the Sierra Club, had chosen a location for this campsite that was so heavily trafficked by polar bears, it was referred to as a polar bear highway. When all of the hikers, which included Marta and Rich, had been given their safety brief when they were staying in those plywood structures at that base camp near the runway,
I can see you're
part
an
of the brief
affectionate
was whenever you make camp in the Torngots,
I
you want to be at least a quarter mile away from water. Go way inland because the polar bears hunt and fish and walk around right along the edge of these fjords. But despite all 7 members of the Sierra Club expedition being experienced wilderness backpackers, none of them really appreciated just how dangerous it was to be camping or even hiking around in known polar bear territory. And so this is why they ultimately ignored the safety brief and set up their first camp just a couple hundred feet away from the water's edge. And even prior to the attack on Matt, when the group literally saw polar bears wandering around near their camp, and even at one point had to fire their flare guns at the polar bears to get them to leave, the group still decided it was best to stay at this particular
but
campsite.
I feel like
Perhaps they
gonna
believed
just
their
mix
electric
into
fence they
everything.
had set up
So we'll have to
around the
make our
perimeter
own
of their tents would
tag.
protect them from
So
these
probably
polar
Daddy
bears.
and
But
Yard or
obviously
something.
that had not been the case. The bear that attacked Matt had been totally unaffected by their fence. Matt would survive this attack, but really only because one of the members of the expedition happened to be a medical doctor, and so they were able to stabilize Matt until help arrived. Matt's injuries were extensive. They included a broken skull, a broken jaw. He had slash marks and puncture wounds all over his head and his neck, and all of those wounds got horribly infected. And also his voice was permanently changed as well because the bear also slashed his vocal cords. Following the attack on Matt, Parks Canada, which is the agency that oversees all of Canada's national parks, including Torngots, has mandated that any organization going into Torngots National Park has to have a polar bear protection plan in place. As for Matt, he does not make a big deal about his near-death experience. In fact, he kind of makes light of it and sometimes even makes jokes about it. As for the polar bear that attacked him, Matt holds no ill will. If anything, the attack has made him more interested and appreciative of the apex predator. In August of 2014, so 11 months after Matt's brush with death, he returned to the Torngots and even visited the actual site of the attack, perhaps to get closure. Except this time, he was in the company of an armed polar bear expert. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, the next time the like button asks you to get them cereal, say yes, and then go to the store and buy the huge single biscuit shredded wheat cereal. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We have a podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast that puts out brand new podcast exclusive stories on Monday mornings, and on Thursday mornings we put out remastered audio of our best YouTube videos. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available exclusively on Amazon Music. Consider donating to our charity. It's called the Mr. Ballin Foundation, and it provides support to victims of violent crime as well as their families. Monthly donors to the Mr. Ballin Foundation Honor Them Society will receive free gifts and exclusive invites to special live events. Go to mrballin.foundation and click on Get Involved to join the Honor Them Society today. We have 2 additional YouTube channels, Mr. Ballin Shorts and Mr. Ballin en Espanol. We also post near daily content on TikTok, Facebook, and Snapchat. All of those pages are just called Mr. Ballin. If you want to get in touch with me, please follow me on any major social media platform and then send me a direct message. My username is just @MrBallin, and I really do read the majority of my DMs. Check out our merch at shopmrballin.com, and if you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So, whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, Facebook, other YouTube channels, the podcast, wherever, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. If you haven't heard about what happened at the Gay Pride Parade in the Netherlands, it's likely because you haven't seen the infamous security footage that's currently going viral on Reddit and other places on the internet. Today, I'm going to show you portions of that security footage and tell you the story about what's really happening so you have context and can really appreciate what you're seeing. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please swap out all of the Pop-Tarts in the Like Button's pantry for the unfrosted kind. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
My dear kid, stop playing with my cables.
On September 27th, 2018, in a little city in the Netherlands, a security camera captured 6 men walking calmly toward this brick bungalow inside one of the country's holiday parks. A holiday park is a place that offers cheap accommodations to tourists. They typically have things like campsites, RV parking, cheap bungalows for rent, and they also often offer things like swimming and golfing and bowling, so it's kind of like an all-in-one for families on vacation. But on this September day, these 6 men caught on camera were neither family nor on vacation. Instead, as they walked, it was very clear from their body language that the only thing they were interested in was getting inside of their holiday bungalow. Once they did reach the front door of this bungalow, the apparent leader of the group, who had dark brown hair and a full beard, he pulled out a key, unlocked the door, he opened it up, and then he made sure the rest of the men took off their shoes before walking inside. And then once all the men were inside the door, the leader shut the door and locked it behind them, and then barefoot they walked through the hallway into this corner living room in the back of the bungalow. And in this room there was this L-shaped couch that was centered on a coffee table and a couple of chairs scattered throughout the rest of the room. And so the 6 men kind of took up seats in these different places, and then after they were all sitting down, 2 of the men who had been seen walking into the bungalow carrying backpacks and duffel bags, they pulled those bags out and set them on the coffee table. And as soon as these 2 men did that, the other 4 men who had been chatting amongst themselves went completely silent and turned and just faced the bags on the table. It was very clear that whatever was in the bags was very significant. So significant, in fact, that the group had pulled most of the curtains across all of the windows inside of this bungalow to make sure no one outside could look in and potentially see the contents of these bags. And once the 2 men unzipped the duffel bags and backpack and began putting the contents of the bags onto the table, it became incredibly clear why the men were so on edge. Inside of these bags were guns, and in the Netherlands, no private citizen is allowed to possess them. Over the next hour, the 2 men who had actually carried the guns into the bungalow, they began going over some instruction with the other 4 men of how to use these slick black pistols and AK-47 rifles. They taught them how to load the guns and reload and how to aim, and they did a number of dry firing exercises, which is basically pulling the trigger on any real gun when the gun is not loaded. And so these 4 students paid careful attention to their 2 instructors, and at some point they became more confident, and you could just see the excitement was building in the room. At one point, one of the students grabbed 2 of the AK-47 rifles and held one in each arm and pretended to fire them simultaneously, like you would see in the Rambo movies. But when one of the 2 instructors reached back into one of these bags and pulled out a new item, a vest, and laid it on the coffee table, immediately the mood in the room shifted again. Now the students seemed more nervous than excited. One of the 4 students eventually walked forward and somewhat reluctantly extended his arm to allow the instructor to slip the vest onto him. And then once the vest was put on the student, you can see in the camera footage there are pockets all over this vest with little wires poking out of them. This vest was a suicide vest, and the pockets contained explosives. As one of the instructors showed the student in the vest which cord to pull in order to detonate himself, you can hear in the background someone saying, "When the police come, you can take them with you." A little over 2 hours later, the 6 men were done, and they began packing up their arsenal of new weapons back into the bags, and then they stood up to leave. But when they left, it was the students who had the bags of weapons, not the 2 instructors. Once the 6 men had left the bungalow and were back outside again, they put their shoes back on, they locked the bungalow behind them, and then the 2 instructors were seen on camera walking away from the bungalow to a separate car. They drove off, and then the 4 men that now had the weapons, they walked to a nearby white cargo van, which contained 1 other man who had not been inside of the bungalow with them, but he was very much a part of this group. He was their driver. And so as the 4 men with guns approached the white van, the driver saw them, he climbed out, he ran around to the back and opened up the back doors that led into the windowless back cargo area of the van. And the 4 men with guns, they climbed inside, the driver shut the van, climbed back into the driver's seat, and then before long, the driver was leaving the parking lot and heading north towards the city of Amsterdam, which is the capital of the Netherlands. Every year, Amsterdam plays host to one of the largest gay pride parades and events in the world. The location is significant to the LGBTQ community because it was here in 2001 that the first gay marriage bill was signed into law, making the Netherlands the first country in the world to legalize gay marriage. So, for 1 week a year, hundreds of thousands of people pour out onto the streets and line the canals of Amsterdam, all drawn together to affirm gay rights and to celebrate their sexual expression, preference, and identity. And the men in the white windowless van intended to use their new weapons and training to kill or maim as many parade goers as possible. They were hopeful that their terrorist attack would rival or even eclipse the attack from 2015 in Paris in a nightclub that killed or injured more than 500 people and sent shockwaves through Europe. 30 minutes later, the 4 men in the back of this windowless van felt the van slow down and pull off the main road and not come to a complete stop, but just kind of begin to slow roll, which was odd because they had no reason to slow down and they were at least 30 minutes away from their destination. And so instinctively, the men reach down and make sure their guns are safely stowed inside of their bags and out of sight in case somebody opens the back door. They don't want people to know they have guns. They are illegal. And so as the van continued to go painfully slowly for really no reason that was clear, the men in the back of the van were really starting to worry that something was wrong. Now remember, they have no windows. They can't look outside. They don't know what's going on. However, there was a small crack in the partition that separated the back of the van from the front of the van where the driver was. And so the men in the back of the van began craning their necks and looking through this little crack to try to see if they could understand what was in front of the van and, why the driver had stopped. And when these men looked through that little crack and they saw what was out there, they immediately began to panic. They began reaching down and fumbling for their bags, trying to open them up to get their guns, and then by the time they're kind of getting the guns into their hands, all the doors on the van fly open, and the men in the back just begin firing their guns blindly at the open doors. But when they pull their triggers, nothing happens, because their guns were fake. They had been sold to them by the people who were flinging open their doors, the police in tactical gear with their dogs, and they knew these guys had fake guns. They knew their suicide vests were fake. They were full of fake explosives. They have nothing lethal inside of this van. And so the police, they just fling the doors open and send in the dogs. And so the dogs, they jump into this van, and these wannabe terrorists are screaming, and they're firing their fake guns at the dogs as the dogs are shredding these terrorists to bits. And then whenever they tried to jump out, the police would just pistol whip the terrorists until finally all of these wannabe terrorists were in the fetal position crying, or they were crouched down with their hands over their head. It would turn out the 2 instructors who had brought the duffel bags of guns into the bungalow with the other men, they were not other fellow terrorists. They were undercover police officers who were a part of the Special National Anti-Terrorism Team who were able to infiltrate this terrorist cell. These undercover cops were the ones who sold the fake guns and fake explosives to the terrorists, and they were the ones who set up this meeting at the bungalow, which allowed them to place cameras and listening devices all over the place. Plus, they were also able to bug the white van because they knew they would be departing the bungalow inside. So all the wannabe terrorists that we saw on camera, plus 2 others that were not seen on camera but were totally involved, were all sentenced on October 8th, 2020 to anywhere from 10 to 17 years in prison. Meanwhile, the Amsterdam Pride Parade went off without a hitch. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of this episode and you haven't done this already, please replace all of the Pop-Tarts in the Like Button's pantry with the unfrosted kind. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We have a podcast that puts out brand new podcast exclusive stories on Monday mornings, and on Thursday mornings we put out the remastered audio of our best YouTube videos. The podcast is called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it is available exclusively on Amazon Music. Consider donating to our charity. It's called the Mr. Ballin Foundation, and it provides support to victims of violent crime and their families. Monthly donors to the Mr. Ballin Foundation Honor Them Society will receive free gifts and exclusive invites to special live events. Go to MrBallin.Foundation and click on Get Involved to join the Honor Them Society today. We have 2 additional YouTube channels. One is called Mr. Ballin Shorts. The other is called Mr. Ballin en Espanol. We post near daily content on TikTok, Facebook, and Snapchat. All of those pages are just called Mr. Ballin. If you want to get in touch with me, please follow me on any major social media platform and then send me a direct message. My username is just @MrBallin, and I really do read the majority of my DMs. Check out our merch at shopmrballin.com, and if you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit, just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So, whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, Facebook, other YouTube channels, the podcast, wherever, just know that I really appreciate your support, and until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. In early 2014, a sheriff's department in a little town in Oregon conducted a search of a huge 20-acre farm tucked away inside of a forest. A local man had gone missing recently, and this farm was one of the few places they knew he had been. Very quickly into this search, a deputy was walking around the outside of the barn when he saw something strange on the ground. At first, he had no idea what it was, but as he got closer, it became very obvious. Not only would this discovery become front-page news all across the country, but it would also lead investigators to discover something much more sinister going on in that little town. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a cup of coffee, but be sure it's full of coffee grounds. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. By most people's standards, Susan Monica's life had been pretty good. She had a small but very close group of friends, she had a great job working as an engineer, and she lived in one of the most exciting cities in the world, San Francisco, California. But Susan was not happy. Moving to the big city was not so much a choice as it was a product of life and circumstance. Deep down, Susan had always been someone who preferred peace and quiet and being alone, things that were in rare supply in a big city like San Francisco. Many nights after work, Susan would come home to her apartment and she would sit there and dream about moving away from the city and living off the grid somewhere on a farm, raise her own food and be totally self-sufficient, away from everybody else in the world. And then one day in 1991, when Susan was 43 years old, she made that dream a reality. That year, she wound up purchasing a 20-acre farm located in a forest in a little town in Oregon called Weimar. However, this farm was really not a farm. There was nothing on it. There was no house for Susan to live in, there was no barn for her animals or tools, there was no running water, no electricity, no septic system. It was just pure Oregonian wilderness. But to Susan, it was perfect. The property kept her far away from other people, and she liked the idea of having to literally build her own farm. After all, she was an engineer by trade, so she actually knew how to build buildings efficiently and safely, and she was a big, strong, sturdy woman who was not afraid of manual labor. So, when Susan finally arrived in Weimar and made her way up the winding dirt road through the forest and arrived in front of her property and looked out at the vast, rugged landscape for the first time, she was filled with a rush of excitement. Even though there was nothing on her 20 acres, it already felt like home. Over the next several months, Susan would transform these 20 acres into a neat little farm, complete with a big barn and a a shack for her to live in, and a few animal pens for livestock. However, after the farm was built, Susan realized that building the farm was actually not the hard part. The hard part was maintaining the farm, going out there every day and doing all of her chores, feeding all the animals and doing all the different projects she had in mind. It was exhausting. And so not long after the farm was complete, Susan realized that as much as she wanted to be totally alone out there, she had to set that aside and hire some help. And so Susan printed out all of these help wanted flyers and put them all over town in Weimar, and before long, people began making their way up to her property to inquire about the role. Most of these applicants were people who struggled to find work elsewhere, either because they lived a sort of transient lifestyle, bouncing around from place to place so no one was ready to hire them long term, or because they had a criminal record and just straight up could not get a job. But Susan didn't care about either of those things. All she cared about was the people she hired would work hard and they would respect the peaceful, calm atmosphere she was fostering on her farm. Basically, do the work and leave me alone. And over the next 20 years, Susan would find dozens of people who were able to do just that. Most of them would work for Susan only for a short period of time. Others would stick around for a little bit longer, but eventually all of Susan's workers kind of rotated pretty quickly and moved on to other things. And when that happened, Susan would simply put up more help wanted flyers in town and hire more people. And in all the 20 years that Susan had been hiring these temporary workers at her farm, after they did move on and went somewhere else, Susan never heard about them again. However, that was about to change. On January 1st, 2014, Susan, who was 66 years old by this point, was outside of her shack out on her driveway when she happened to look up and see a car coming up her road. Now remember, she lives in the middle of nowhere. No one comes out to see her, so this is a very rare event. And so Susan is totally keyed in on this car. And this car, they pull into her driveway, and then out of the car popped 3 young people. It was 2 young men and 1 young woman. And before Susan could even ask them who they were or why they were here, they were telling her. They said they were looking for their father, Robert Haney, who at one point had told them he was working on Susan's farm in exchange for a little cash, and also Susan was letting him park his camper on her property, and he was living in that camper. The kids said their father always checked in with them at least once every couple of months, but they had just gone this really long stretch without hearing from him, and since he didn't have a cell phone and no permanent address, they had no real way of getting in touch with him, and so they were out there looking for him to make sure he was okay. And so they asked Susan, "Do you remember our dad, Robert? And if so, do you know where he is?" Even though this whole situation was totally surprising for Susan because she almost never got visitors, so that alone was kind of jarring for her. But when she heard the kids say their dad's name, Robert Haney, she immediately knew who that was. Susan told them that she had hired their father the previous spring to help build a structure on her farm. And initially, Robert was really nice to have around the farm. He worked really hard, he kept to himself, he was quiet, and he had a dog that was really friendly and loving. But in August of the previous year, so 5 months into Robert's employment on Susan's farm, Susan would tell them that their dad totally changed. He started drinking really heavily and not really working very much, and spending a lot of the day just kind of ranting and raving outside of his camper about how he wanted to exact his revenge on someone. Susan would eventually find out that what Robert was talking about is apparently one of his kids had been assaulted, and he felt very guilty that he had not been there to protect his child. And so the way Robert was handling this guilt was by drinking and thinking about getting his revenge on the attacker. Now, while Susan did understand why Robert felt the way he did and why he was kind of acting the way he was, it didn't change the fact that Robert's behavior had become very disruptive on her farm, and the one thing Susan really wanted was peace and quiet. And so she decided she would have to go confront Robert about his behavior and potentially fire him if he couldn't find a way to calm down. But before Susan ever had to do that, Robert one day just walked right up to her shack, he handed her an envelope filled with cash, and he asked Susan if she wouldn't mind looking after his dog for a while. And Susan was so taken aback by his complete change in behavior and this request that she just took the envelope and said, "Okay, I'll look after your dog." And then Robert nodded as thank you, he turned around, and he walked away from her. And then a few moments later, Susan's standing there with the envelope in hand, watching as Robert is climbing into some white car that had just pulled up in front of the property. She didn't know who was in the car with him, and then the car turned around and drove out of sight. Susan told the kids that that had happened back in September, so about 4 months ago, and since he left, she had not heard from him, despite the fact she still had his dog, and she told the kids that a lot of Robert's stuff was still in his camper. Susan brought the kids over to the side of her property where Robert's camper was, and when they went inside, sure enough, all their father's things were all over the place, but the one item that immediately stood out to them was their father's tool belt. They knew their father was a traveling handyman, that was how he made his living, and so it begged the question, why would he leave his tool belt here if he knew he was going to be gone for several months potentially? It didn't make any sense. After leaving Robert's camper, the kids thanked Susan and asked her to please be in touch if she learned anything else about their dad, and she said she would. And then the kids got back in their car and they began driving south towards the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. When they got there, they asked to file a missing person report for their dad. However, they learned very quickly that it was going to be very challenging to locate their dad because their dad lived this transient lifestyle with no cell phone, he had no permanent address, he had nothing that could really be traced. But the investigators agreed with Robert's children that their dad's absence was a big concern, given the fact that his last interactions with Susan had consisted of him drinking very heavily and talking about going and getting his revenge on his child's attacker. And so the sheriff and the deputies were very concerned that that was exactly what Robert had done. He had gone out and potentially murdered someone and now was in hiding. So they asked Robert's kids if they could think of absolutely anything that could possibly allow investigators to track down Robert. And at some point, one of the kids said, "Oh, what about my dad's EBT card?" EBT cards, or electronic benefit transfer cards, are like debit cards for state welfare services. You can use the cards to buy things like groceries, and the cards are definitely traceable. A few days later, when Robert's EBT card trace came back, investigators saw the card had been used just 1 month earlier in a Walmart located about 30 minutes southwest of Susan's farm. Now, this trace obviously didn't tell investigators where Robert was right now or what kind of condition Robert was in, but they had no other leads to operate on, so they decided they would go to the Walmart and see what they could find. When they got there, the investigators were led to the back room of the building where they were able to review the security footage from the previous month when Robert was supposedly there with his EBT card. But after reviewing hours and hours and hours of footage, the investigators never saw Robert on camera. However, they did see Susan on camera, and unbelievably, she was the one using Robert's EBT card. And so obviously this was very suspicious, and right away the investigators left the Walmart, went back to their office, and began the process of getting a search warrant to search Susan's farm. Last night, I decided I wanted to treat my family to a nice homemade dessert. And so I headed to the grocery store and I picked up a trough of spoiled milk and a hammock of fermented herring, and then I headed home to blend the two together to create a nice frappe milkshake. But right before I hit blend, I got a notification on my phone that said I had just spent $2,000 on swearatawalrus.com. Now, I love to swear at a walrus as much as the next guy, but that website became so addicting for me. I was swearing at 50 walrus a night, and so I had to cancel that months ago. And so I knew that $2,000 charge could not be mine. Someone had stolen my credit card. But when I pulled out my 20-pound wallet, my credit card was still there. Well, it turns out the Dementor that was at the grocery store with me, who bumped into me as I was scooping up my spoiled milk, he wasn't just bumping into me, he was using his RFID scanner and scanning my wallet through my jeans and ripping off my credit card information. Yes, that's a real thing. People literally can scan your cards with a scanner through your pocket. Needless to say, after I discovered this, I canceled my credit card and I got a Ridge wallet. Ridge Wallet has a sleek and durable design, they can hold up to 12 cards, and most importantly, they are built with RFID blocking technology. So if you're like me and you're tired of Dementors stealing your credit card information with RFID scanners, then you need to get a Ridge Wallet too. Get the best offer for Ridge with my link, ridge.com/MrBallin, and save up to 40% through December 22nd. Again, that's ridge.com/MrBallin. A few days later, on January 10th, the sheriff and his deputies arrived at Susan's property, and when they pulled onto her driveway, Susan came outside to greet them. When she asked them, what's going on, they told her, hey, we're here to search your property in connection with Robert Haney's disappearance. And before Susan could ask any more questions, the sheriff said to her, hold on, just turn around, let's go back inside, I need to talk to you privately. And so Susan, who was very shocked by this, just said, okay, and she turned around and led the sheriff into her house while the other deputies fanned out across the property to begin this big search. Once inside of Susan's house, they sat down in her kitchen, and right away the sheriff says to Susan, okay, I have you on camera using Robert's EBT card. I know you stole it, so you need to tell me where Robert is right now or it's going to get a whole lot worse for you. And as soon as he said this, Susan's look of shock on her face quickly turned into a look of kind of relief. It was like suddenly she understood what was going on here. And she says to the sheriff, no, I didn't steal his EBT card. He gave it to me along with an envelope full of cash when he left 4 months ago, and he told me to use it to buy dog food for his dog that I'm looking after. And since Robert had been gone for all these months, she had run out of cash to pay for the dog food and now was using the EBT card. Susan also added that if she had just stolen the card from Robert, she wouldn't be able to use it because it requires a PIN number, and Robert gave her the PIN number. That's how she was able to use it. The sheriff was not totally sold on Susan's story, and so he continued to ask more questions, trying to trip Susan up about how she came to acquire this card, but Susan was very firm that Robert had given her the card, and that was it. And so after several minutes, the sheriff realized that Susan was likely telling the truth, which meant the EBT card angle was likely a dead end, and they would have to call off the search. But as the sheriff was standing up to leave the kitchen and leave the property altogether, a deputy from outside came running into the kitchen and without saying a word, just bent down and whispered something into the sheriff's ear. And as the sheriff is listening to this deputy, his face is contorting in disgust. He can't believe what he's being told. And after the deputy stands up and leaves the kitchen, the sheriff takes a deep breath and then looks at Susan and says, ma'am, you're going to have to come with us. Back at the station, a now very flustered Susan was led into a small interrogation room where she sat down looking totally anxious. She's looking around, wondering what's going on. And then the sheriff walked into the room, immediately hit record on the camera, and then looked at Susan and says, has anyone died on your property? The story that Susan would tell the sheriff that day in the interrogation room was so completely unexpected and horrific, it would make headlines all across the country. Before Susan began this story, she told the sheriff that everything she had said about Robert Haney's disappearance had been the truth. However, she had left one little detail out. After Robert had handed Susan that envelope full of cash and the EBT card, and then climbed into that stranger's car and driven away, after that, Robert had actually come back to her farm, and recently. Susan said she discovered his return when one morning she got up and she went outside to go feed her animals when she looked over at the pig pen and saw all the pigs who would normally be laying down and lounging around at that time of the day. They were all up and they had converged in one portion of the pig pen, and they had kind of formed a circle around something on the ground, as if they were all trying to look at something on the ground. Now, Susan said this was totally uncharacteristic, so obviously something weird was going on, and so Susan dropped her food and rushed over to the fence. She climbed into the pig pen, and as she got closer and closer to all these pigs, she realized they weren't just looking at something on the ground, they were eating something on the ground. And so Susan goes right up to this ring of pigs, and she begins pulling them aside, and then right in the middle on the ground is Robert. He was laying on his back and his insides had all been torn out. It was like the pigs were disemboweling him, and the most shocking thing is Robert was still alive. He was moving his arm and groaning. Susan tried to pull the pigs off of Robert, but she said they kept coming back and really aggressively continued to eat Robert. It was like they were in this feeding frenzy. And so Susan said, I thought about lifting him up and moving him, but Robert was practically split in two, and she felt like if she tried to move him, that would kill him anyways. And so Susan said she did the thing that she thought was right at the time. She left the pig pen, went into the barn, got a shotgun, ran back to the pig pen, raised the weapon, and fired it into Robert. Susan told the sheriff that this was purely an act of mercy. She was ending his suffering. After Robert was dead, Susan said she just left the pig pen, and then 3 days later, she went back into the pig pen with bags and collected the little bits of Robert that had not been eaten by her pigs. And then she took those bags of remains and chucked them into her barn on top of the trash pile. But clearly, Robert's remains had not remained in the barn because the thing that deputy had whispered into the sheriff's ear when the sheriff was talking to Susan in the kitchen was, "Sir, we found a leg outside." It was Robert's leg, and it was found not inside of the barn in the trash pile, but out in the middle of her property, just out in the open. Susan, when confronted with that information, suggested that, maybe a wild animal had gone into the barn, got a hold of it, and dragged it off. The sheriff didn't even know what follow-up questions to ask. And so he just said, well, why didn't you call 911 when you first saw Robert? I mean, maybe we could have saved him. Or at least after he was dead, why didn't you tell someone? Susan would say that the reason she didn't tell anyone is she was afraid that if word got out about what her pigs had done, then her pigs would be euthanized and she would lose a major revenue stream because she sold her pigs' meat in town. And she said even if her pigs were not euthanized, she was worried people in town would not want to buy her pigs' meat after they learned her pigs were attacking and eating humans. Susan would tell the sheriff exactly where they could find the bags that contained Robert's remains, and she even said she would take a polygraph test to show she was now telling the whole truth. But when she actually sat down to take the polygraph test, she kept fidgeting and coughing and doing these really dramatic sighs, and it was causing the test operator to get really inaccurate readings. And so when this first polygraph test was over, the results were inconclusive. And so the investigators made Susan take another test, but again, she continued to fidget and yawn.
Hey,
and so finally,
Nixie.
the investigators
Welcome
in the
back.
room watching this happen just called off the test. And when they did, they said to Susan, hey, we're going to search your farm, and if there is anything on your farm that you have not told us about, you're going to be in serious trouble because we're going to find you. At this point, Susan kind of stopped fidgeting, and she looked up at the investigators, and after a long pause, she reached out across the table and grabbed a piece of paper on the counter. She pulled it back,
I am so
and she
sorry.
began
I thought I
drawing
had you
something. And after a few
followed.
seconds, it became pretty
I
clear
honestly
she was drawing
thought
a map of her
that I
farm.
followed
And
you.
after
I'm
the map
so
was all drawn
sorry.
out,
Turns
she
out
drew
I
a
didn't
big
follow.
X in the middle of it, and then
It's
slid
okay.
the map back across the table
I
to the
think
investigators.
you
And she
made
said, if
your
you go to that
Twitch
X, you'll find
after
Steven.
your
And the
avatar,
investigators
because
are
I know
like,
we were
who's
talking
Steven? We're talking
at
about
the
Robert. What are
beginning,
you talking
and
about?
you
Well, it would
didn't
turn
have
out
anything
Robert
set
was
up.
not the
But
only farmhand to
it's okay.
die
It's
on
okay, right?
Susan's property.
Better,
In 2012,
better late
about
than
a
sorry.
year before Susan hired
Nixie,
Robert,
this is
she hired
Medea,
another man named Steven
a
D'Agostino.
sibling of
And
yours
according to
from
Susan,
Twitter.
Steven was a lot like Robert. He was
Go
really
give
easy
them
to
a
get
follow,
along with. He was
support.
quiet.
They're
He worked
almost
hard. But at some point,
400
Susan said they
followers.
had a
We
big
must
falling out.
show
Susan
them
said
support
she
and
started to
love.
suspect that Steven was stealing her guns in her barn,
Hi,
and so she went to
Nixie,
confront
your
him.
daddy's
And
tired.
during this confrontation,
To
they
get
got into
hungry
this big
too.
fight, and Susan said she didn't really remember
Yeah.
all the details of what happened
Of
next.
course.
But at some
Always.
point during this fight, a gun went off, and then Steven
I've been
fell to the
trying to
ground in the
fight
middle
my
of the
sleep
pig pen
because
with his
I
head
look at the
bleeding,
time and
and
I'm like,
all
you
of
know what? I
Susan's
have to go to
pigs
work
suddenly
anyway
swarmed
at
him and
12.
began eating him.
So
The stunned investigators
just
again
eat
asked
and then,
Susan,
like,
okay, if that
let
really happened the way you said
myself,
it did,
my future
why
self,
didn't you call
regret it.
911 if this was like an accident? And Susan would say, again, that her big fear was her pigs would either be euthanized or word would get out that her pigs were eating people, and the people in town would not want to buy her pig's meat because of that. In the end, as far-fetched as Susan's stories were about what happened to Robert Haney and Steven D'Agostino, there was never any evidence that actually contradicted her claims. And so as a result, when Susan went on trial for murdering Robert and Steven, it came down to whether or not the jury believed Susan. And they didn't. Not at all. They believed that Susan was completely lying, and that in reality, Susan, who was known to have a very quick temper, shot Steven and shot Robert very much on purpose, and then threw them into her pig pen. We can only hope they were dead before her pigs began eating them. On April 21st, 2015, more than a year after Robert's children had reported him missing, Susan was convicted of 2 counts of murder for Robert and for Steven, and 2 counts of abusing a corpse. She was sentenced to a minimum of 50 years in prison. While in custody, Susan would be overheard saying there were 17 other bodies buried
Oh,
on
you're
her property.
sleepy. I'm sorry.
However, when the police went out there and searched again very extensively, they never found any other remains.
Hopefully
So that's gonna
you'll
do it.
get
If you got something out of this episode and you haven't done this already,
sleep.
please offer to make the like button a cup of coffee, but be sure it's full of coffee grounds. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We have a podcast that puts out brand new podcast exclusive stories on Monday mornings, and on Thursday mornings we put out the remastered audio of our best YouTube videos. The podcast is called the Mr. Ballin Podcast.
I did
and it's
love
available
the
only
emote.
on
I really
Amazon
did.
Music. Consider donating to our charity called the Mr.
Alright, so I am gonna try and eat something though. So, Nixie, let's go and rate somebody. We will go and rate somebody while I go eat. And I will try and go get some sleep, but we both know that's not gonna happen. Well, I see Lady Ghost is playing Dead by Daylight.
To Xbox One because of
I haven't seen Lady in a while, so yes, Pop is gonna go eat. Hopefully, something that will and drink milk. You know what? I will. I will. So, thank you everyone who stopped by and showed support. Love you guys. I'll see you guys on the next one, hopefully tonight. So, see you. Bye.